Alright, hello, good evening everyone. It is time for the anniversary finale, and I will say I have my expectations tempered because I was just chilling with a friend and voice chat and stuff, and he was going through part 3 real quick. Obviously I wasn't trying to pay attention or watch him, but then he was like, oh boy. His reactions were not good. That's all that needs to be said, and I'm like, oh no. I mean, like, parts 1 and 2, yeah, it's like there's like basically the only things notable are the fight sequences, or at least like the one with Baragana and Mikaboshi. But aside from that shit, everything else, why is this event even here? Like, as far as I know, at least from what my buddy tells me, because he likes to read other people's like thoughts on this, apparently people rank it even worse in general than Seeds of Redemption. And I'm like, oh, that's a low bar already. Oh, we're going even lower. I mean, having experienced parts 1 and 2 and, you know, the end of Estalucia to the new chapters so far, yeah, doesn't really inspire much confidence. So again, I might have had my expectations tempered, but we're still gonna go suffer through this, and we'll just follow through and see how it ends. Lower Dump setup event. Yeah, I heard the ending is very, to put it very lightly, very disappointing. So I will go see for myself just how disappointing, or if I'll be mildly amused. But yeah. So also, it might be a... let me just turn off the music real quick so I can keep track of my thoughts. But yeah, maybe it'll be a shorter session tonight, because for some reason the past couple days, I mean, honestly, ever since Daylight Savings, I've been dealing with this lingering headache or migraine, and it's just not going away. Like, took a painkiller or whatever, but then it's not really doing much or even kicking in, so I'm just like, I don't know, maybe it's just like I just have too much screen time and I really need to just not stare at a screen anymore for a while, or at least like extremely limit it more than I usually do. Or sorry, limit it more than what I usually see in the day, I mean. But yeah, I don't know, like I can't get rid of this like weird little migraine. It's kind of been taking me out of it. But I did some like quick little grinding here and there in trails, but not that much because of, you know, aforementioned migraine or whatever. But yeah, like on the trails front, only thing that I've really done was just reorganize inventory and basically S rank the 4th domain, just for, you know, completion purposes. Aside from that, nothing much. But yeah, right now I'm kind of just still feeling tired because hecking Daylight Savings. Yeah, I mean, like, it's partially on me for not trying to force myself to sleep early enough to readjust. But at the same time, I just hate Daylight Savings basically forcing people to just go like, oh yeah, you gotta do shit, or you gotta like adjust 1 hour or your internal clock by 1 hour because fuck you, that's how it goes. I'm just like, I fucking hate Daylight Savings so much. Like, really takes me out of it. Like, it's one thing if, like, I mean, you know, it's only primarily when we have to go back forward an hour. I'm just like, man, I rather wish we just live with it and don't adjust the hour, because, you know, like, if we go back an hour, why do we have to go forward an hour and when we're just like, I don't know, I just don't really see the merits in the daylight, or the whole notion of daylight savings in general. It's just a big goddamn disruption to everybody's daily routine, primarily when we're forced to move 1 hour ahead. I'm just like, fuck this. Like, oh my god, like almost always without fail, I'll always feel like shit on the days we have to go forward, and then for like the week I'm just trying to like readjust and shit. It's, yeah, like, I'm just feeling really off my game right now, so to say. Oh yeah, and also in terms of scratchers, I have gotten fuck all so far. So I got Anima, or M3 Anima, M3 Anima, the shitty rings, Damascus Crystal, which is, it's common enough to farm, so it might as well be nothing. Well, sort of. More M3 Anima, another crystal, and then more M3 Anima, and then more crystals, bronze moons, and then shitty ring again. You know, at this point, like, I mean, I know I've had, like, my very polarizing experience with, like, how good I got it back then with the old Scratchers, but man, at this point, I actually legitimately would rather have half elixirs than the shitty rings. Like, at least I'll be ready by the next time Guild Wars comes in. At the very least. I'd rather actually just take half elixirs. M3 Anima? No, not Anima. But yeah, okay. So let us go and see what part 3 is all about. Oh yeah, I will say, from what I've heard, like, reaction-wise, people seem to think that, Lucia, or sorry, not Lucia's, God, I don't think it's so much as Endless right now. Like, apparently Leisha's, style is complete garbage. And I'm just like, bro, come on, how are you supposed to have an anniversary event that's supposed to be, you know, the big thing to cap the anniversary year off and everything, and just have it be ass from story to the actual rewards? Because, like, a friend of mine, like, showed me the kit for the style change, style swap, and I'm like, bro, this shit ass. Like, you legitimately, no other way, have to go 5 turns to ramp up the goddamn passive, and even then you're pigeonholed into Saber-specific characters, including backline, because it says 6 or more. Probably taking into account, like, Tower of Babel, or, I believe, does Rasusia have something to do with, like, extra party slots, if I remember correctly? I don't remember. But either way, though, yeah, I heard it's pretty bad. But yeah, I hope you're doing well, Abda. Hope you're doing well, Wiz. And I'm not sure if I said hi already, but how you doing, Mel? But yeah, okay. Together with a handful of Astrals, Proculus appeared at the Blue Knight's investiture ceremony with the aim over starting the war. Those 3 on your screen. The threat posed by the revived Astrals has since been eliminated, yet Proculus's own movements remain shrouded in mystery. Astral Husk's crystallized power from the remains of Astrals are the key to his scheme. Seeking to restore Lyria's power, the crew confronted Lilith, who proposed a strategy to counter the Husks. Also, let me just go get my controller so I can actually just settle in for the reading session right now. Hold on. So let me go lower my seat a little bit. After reuniting with their companions waiting on Timoria Island, Kirby and company immediately fill everyone in on the plan. In truth, the method is exceedingly straightforward. Into primal beasts? Gee, let me make the voice a tiny bit louder. Thanks, Mom. Or Lyria Mom. Second Mom.
あなたはあの子の言葉を伝えただけでしょ。リリとはルリアの母ちゃんだもんな。家族のことって思うと代わりに謝んなきゃって気持ちになるもんだぜ。さっきは何も考えずに謝っちゃったんですけど、言われてみるとそういう気持ちかもしれません。リリトさんは私のお母さんだから。
Aw, the smile.
そんな嬉しそうな顔されたら怒るに怒れなくなるじゃない。
そうは言いつつ、あなたもリリトとの付き合いに後悔はないのでしょ?
The Relink expansion will save us. Wait for July. Hopefully, but I mean, I don't know. just considering the fact that like every timeline's supposed to be remerged, although I'm not sure like how much they can take that into consideration, considering like, I mean, I don't know, we'll just have to see considering how they're handling the gacha timeline now that everything's been remerged, and how that will play into like the retail version or the retail games of or spin-offs from Granblue. But yeah, because again, originally it was written in mind, I'm pretty sure, that with Granblue Versus and Relink, they're in their own respective timelines, but now that they just say, oh, everything's remerged now, that has to include Versus and like Relink, right? So then is Endless Ragnarok going to take that into account, or are they just going to continue off of what Relink spun and not muddy up the timeline, or at least the storyline for that, any further than it already has been in the gacha? So, I don't know. I mean, at the very least, I'd probably understand if they just focused on its current connections to just Relink in isolation. And then, if they wanted to do a Granblue Relink 2, then they'll have to do some stupid retcons to then connect it to Granblue Gacha main story as a whole. Then I'd be fine with that. As long as they don't try to retroactively do shit within the expansion, I think that's where we would have a big issue. Relink merges with Versus. I mean, Versusia Raid and Relink would go hard, I'm just saying. Like, again, like, Cygames knows how to make a good spectacle of their fights and everything. And, you know, like, for the most part, they do have, like, character interactions and the light-hearted banter and some other stuff like that down pat. But then when they actually think about the actual plot line, at least so far, because, like, you know, we have some events before where the story is actually pretty engaging and everything. Like, maybe some, you know, criticisms here and there. But for the most part, like, some other kinds of events were enjoyable rides. But now, like, you know, you just have everything that was rushed in general from Estalucia onwards. Although, heck, I mean, even before, because, you know, we just had like the meandering around during the True King arc when we're just going around the islands taking forever, you know, the school arc and some other bullshit, and then we had the hard pivot during the court case when the Otherworlders like just finally forced us the hard pivot out of the Orla Grand arc to focus on, you know, Otherworld related issues. But then, like, there's also the part that they didn't really think through, like, how the main crew and the people we meet within the main story actually, like, interact with the story at large and what their overall purpose would be throughout the journey. Because, like, you know, usually with grand journeys for, like, these kinds of main stories or whatever, it should be planned out, like, in the long term, or at least carefully, at least open-ended enough so that they can, like, you know, probably adjust with, like, some new characters here and there, and then, like, see how it can further add on to the main story at large. But Granblue doesn't really think about the main story at large with their fixation on the side events, which then kind of created the building issue over the years of what the fuck are we doing with the main story. So then, you know, early on you had like your early bits with like the main crew, and then like, oh, you know, like, oh, we saw Fairy, yeah, and goodbye Fairy for who knows how long until she's relevant again when the Otherworld stuff came up, and then she disappears yet again. And then like maybe some things about teasing her connection to the Otherworld and stuff through Fate episodes, which really should have been like some kind of filler episodes that really needed to be there for the main story, probably, if they actually thought it through. And then she just fucked off until like they remembered her potential relevance. But then she just got relegated to being the dragon radar to find the crew members within the different islands in Estalucia, to then just conveniently bring everyone back to save our ass like during the big moment. And it's just like, really? You only remember to bring her in just for that singular purpose and anything special? I'm just like, really? Because like, if they're gonna have her do something that important, like, actually have her stick around with the crew to provide some kind of, you know, different insights, or with her special abilities, or, you know, just however she is, like, just whatever she can bring to the table, like, when there's an issue and, you know, we have her own unique, like, takes or approaches compared with the crew, and then you have the banter here and there. Then maybe have some filler stuff here and there where, you know, you have the crew playing with the other pets, you know, Gigi, Fujin, and Beppo, you know, all the other ghost pets and shit. You know, just have them like interact so you have that camaraderie to build across the journey. But then it's just, okay, bye-bye fairy, until she's relevant again. It's like, hey fairy, bye fairy, and then same again when Nesta Lucia comes around. I'm just like, really? Like, if they're gonna be here for such, or supposed to be here for such pivotal moments, have them along with the journey to then, you know, like, justify whatever it is they do in that moment. Like, you know, it's like with any long-running shonen anime or whatever. Like, I'm down for whatever cheesiness or hype moments or whatever over-the-top bullshit happens, as long as it's earned. If I actually establish that connection with the cast to go, oh my god, now, like, this is their moment, they got this, like, we've been waiting for this. It's like they've gone through so much and we've seen and felt, you know, the struggles and whatever other experiences they've gone through, and that then where they then earn that moment. But then, like, let's say Fairy, for one specific example, like, I don't remember, aside from the fact that, you know, when I forget the island that Celeste was on, but yeah, you know, the introduction where we find Fairy and then she just gone, and then conveniently back for whatever brief moment when otherworld related stuff comes up, and then gone, and then like back again in Estalucia just to be a convenient dragon radar for Noah to then pilot the Grand Cipher where everyone's MIA, to then go, oh, I can feel their presence here, here, and here, let's go, yeah. And then it's like, you didn't earn that. Like, I love Fairy as much as the next fan, but story-wise, she didn't earn that. Not at all. Like, I can let a lot of things slide. I mean, hell, like, you can even look at, like, let's say the Trail series, with all the over-the-top things they do, with a lot of tropes they play into at times. Like, a lot of the times, like, they earn it because, you know, we've seen the characters for several hours upon hours through all the big twists and turns of their respective stories, and then during the downtime where we build upon their personalities, flesh them out, which then, you know, plays into whatever next major arc of the main story where they're then put to the test, so to say, to then, like, okay, they have, like, these things that they're trying to, like, sort out within their, you know, like, you know, either sorting out their inner demons or some other external challenges they need to overcome, like win the approval of, like, the public or something like that. And then, you know, like, when said big moment comes up, it's like, you know, that's when we get invested. That's, like, when our anticipation is the highest. Like, will they actually, you know, earn this moment, or will they fall further, and then we'll have to, you know, invest even further emotionally to then see what the fallout would be then. But then, you know, stuff like Fairy or whatever other parts of the Granblue cast within the main story, just focusing on the main story here, like, if they just kind of pop in, pop out, and they don't linger around for us to really make long-lasting connections. And when I say long, like, given the course of the 12 years of Granblue, and I know there's a lot of downtime in between main story updates, so maybe it's not the most fairest thing, but when you essentially have a game running for 12 years that's supposed to feature, you know, one of its big hooks should be its world building, lore, and story. You can't just have what's supposed to be featured as the main story just hanging there, just wondering when they're gonna get their next like bit of attention in the spotlight. When every other side event just crops up like out of the blue, like at left and right. Even though they're good, it's like, what about the main story? It's supposed to be the main story. You know, that'd be like if FGO just fucks off with any related main story updates and only does events. Like, of course, there's a lot of side events in like Fate Grand Order, but they do, you know, kind of consistently on the regular update the main story enough. But then in Granblue, it's like sometimes we've had frequent updates, other times like it's been what, like over 300 days for a main story update at times during certain periods of the main story in its existence. I'm just like, that's kind of unacceptable. Like, imagine like a Hoyo game, like where they just keep doing side event after side event with like different areas, but no actual main story progress within like 6 months. That would be like unforgivable because, you know, it's supposed to be the main hook of the game with this like journey that they're constantly going through. There are room for side events as they squeeze them in. But then, you know, if it was as inconsistent as like Granblue, people would completely dumpster on any Hoyo game for doing that shit, or, you know, any other modern gacha at this current point. Hey Reord, hey Wiz. That's how Genshin works though. Like, do they go that long in terms of like main story dry spells? Cause like, I don't know how Genshin works, cause again, I've only played Zenless and Star Rail, where, you know, it's pretty consistent within the, like, 30 to 40-ish day patch cycle. Oh, okay, maybe not 30, but yeah, like, give or take on average, like, the 40-day patch cycle, you know, main story update, then events to fill in the time in the rest of the patch cycle, and then you have the next block of the updates. So wait, typically some type of new story content comes out at most after one patch break, so 12 weeks max. Wait, so sometimes you'd only have the main story come up like within 3 months, but then after that is just like probably whatever events or downtime they squeeze in. Wait, that's crazy. Genshin gets all the main story? Oh, okay, so like they just do like the big release every now and again. Oh, okay. Hey Beakers, just grinding Uma into dust on Track Blazer. So like, every patch, so new stories every 6 weeks. I mean, that's how it is in Star Rail too. Like that's the consistency I'm speaking of. But imagine like in Genshin, Star Rail, or Zenless, where instead of every 6 weeks, give or take, like imagine like you don't even know if you'll get another main story update within 6 months. Or even 300 days. Like, I'm talking that long. Like, the 6 weeks seems to be like the average and stuff. But like, yeah, it's also not knowing you'd quit Genshin if they were 6 months apart. Yeah. Like, the thing is, like, with Hoyo games and shit, right? They're very consistent with announcing shit, and they've built up that reliable schedule that people can kind of know, like, oh, okay, like, usually around this time is when, like, the big update's gonna come out, they're gonna start marketing shit, and then, like, they're gonna keep putting out trailers to build up the hype and, you know, let the public or the player base know what's coming. But with Granblue, like, very rarely they'll ever mention the main story until in recent years, or the recent year, give or take, depending, that they actually started to refocus on ending the current arc in Granblue to then actually do something with the main story. But then, before they even pivoted to actually trying to end the arc and actually do shit with the main story, it was always a toss-up before the main story actually updates and goes anywhere. And even then, when an update happens, sometimes it's just endless meandering around with some like kind of cool stuff where it's just like, huh, that's amusing. So where have we actually went from here now that we got the mildly amusing stuff out of the way? Oh, nowhere. So it's like, you made us wait like several months for a small block of an update. Like, like what Ferali said, like, you know, like you said, like at times like they get out like all the main story when like a big update hits or whatever, then sure. But in Granblue, it's always small bite-sized chunks that never finishes the full arc of the current location that we're in within the story. So like, imagine like, you know, you're in one location that's supposed to be for the whole arc, but then Granblue only gives you like a third or a quarter of what that whole story actually is, and then you don't know when you're gonna even see the next 25%. And it could be like 2 months, 3 months, nobody fucking knows. And then when they finally put out the next chunk, when they feel like getting around to it, then it's like, okay, now where's the other half, and can we just finish this arc and move on? It's been way too long and we're just like lingering or meandering around main story wise. Like that's the thing that's been the big elephant in the room when it comes to Granblue story. It's just like the weird lack of planning, foresight, or just like any long-term planning with what they want to do with the main story. Like they always have all these like cool side event series that have like these fully fleshed out separate roster of characters going on with their own stuff, and it's all really cool, especially like during some of the other past like Annie events when they did like the What Makes the Sky Blue trilogy. Like that was like an awesome era to like keep up with the story and Granblue and everything back then. Or maybe I'm looking at it rose-tinted glasses, it's been a while since I've read the story, but at least like thinking back on my feelings on it, like the What Makes the Sky Blue era was truly like a magical time to be invested in Granblue for me. But like when you keep looking at things now and looking back, it's like, man, they really didn't think about like how the hell they want to like expand upon the main story after a decade plus of kind of like going off to the left and right and ups and downs of like just any other event series idea that comes to mind. So then when it all circles back to the main story, when they happen to remember, it's like, oh, we should kind of continue it now that we have time. It's like, oh yeah, where do we leave off? Oh. And then it's just kind of like, at some point they finally had that hard pivot, and here we are now with this disaster so far, or at least very underwhelming or disappointing anniversary event so far that seems to continue directly after the first 4 chapters of the new arc right now. So at times, like, it just feels like part of this event should have just been interwoven with the main story itself. Like, why did this need to be shoved and marketed as an anniversary event? But maybe things will change once I actually progress this cutscene right now for part 3. What makes the sky blue is peak? Yeah. Hey, Windrunner. Oh, wait. Today, tomorrow, 2.7, 4.1 live streams happening simultaneously. Oh, for Zenless Star Rail? Oh.
そんなことよりプロクル生の対策です。
Granblue is no playing. Even Fukuhara say they have the plot planned out for 10 years. Yeah, no, like I don't believe that shit at all. Like, considering how rushed and underwhelming or even disappointing like Estelucia ended, when like in Granblue terms or whatever, like, or I guess One Piece terms, like it's like Estelucia is supposed to be like our grand line, or you know, like across the 190-ish chapters of like the story to get to and through Estelucia. When we actually got there and played it out, man, was it a letdown. But then, you know, like with One Piece, like, you know, it's always like that journey and like that whole sense of building up the crew and going to different places, that sense of adventure and all whatever struggles or challenges might happen in between, or whatever goofiness might happen in between getting to the Grand Line. Although again, I haven't watched One Piece in years, so I don't actually know what's currently happening right now, so sorry. But, you know, like to me, at least from what little that I actually viewed it for, it was always that like big sense of adventure, so it wasn't the most important to get to the Grand Line, or in Granblue terms, to Estelucia. But what we've done on the journey, you know, it's supposed to be, you know, the big adventure. But then it's just been pointless meandering around without many long lasting lessons or super meaningful developments, and then a lot of the times the people we meet just kind of, they're either just there extremely temporarily without anything lasting to impart to the main crew as we proceed onwards. I don't know, because like when I look back just off the top of my head, maybe it's not the fairest comparison because my mind's kind of blurry on the details over having been a decade, but, or not a decade because I didn't play that early, but I don't know, I just don't remember too much of note from early Granblue main story to now. Again, within the lens of the main story, again, there's a lot of cool shit with the event series that they have on the side, but then main story lens, I don't really know off the top of my head that has any lasting impressions on me aside from disappointment.
生外角がリリトの予想する通りのものなら、確かに有効な手段ではありそうですね。
話を聞くに、生外角は死した星の民の力を悪用しているものだ。
Let me make the voices a bit louder.
お腹すいたな。
There we go.
聖少獣という形で死後も子を保てるのであれば、力の主導権は聖少獣の方になるはず。
Most recent two characters in Genshin were foretold in 1.0. So like Proclus, Power Slain Astrals, Primal Beasts.
そしてルリアちゃんが力を取り戻した以上、聖少獣は制御下に置くことができる。
ま、空の民に返り討ちに遭うなんて大した奴らじゃないんだろうけど。
Although Kirby and company brighten at this long-sought glimmer of hope, the Golden Knight Alia alone turns pale.
星のレコンキスタについては、イスタバイオン王国で全空の情報を取りまとめているところだ。
Grandmaster finally showing up, but where are the horses?
進行時の記録、証言に対して星の民の遺体が異様に少ないことは確かに突起事項になっていた。それで生外角の素材になったとされる消失した星の民の遺体だが、その数およそ5000。
Oh, that's a lot. So wait, compiling, Reconquista.
プロクルストの決戦までに5000体の聖少獣を作る必要がある。
5,000 primal beasts before we approach Proclus. I don't think that's feasible.
5000体？つってもどうなんだ？その数って。
See, buys the horse. Found in Miliastra. Wiggly horse mascot costume. See, by Moon Horse. I have no idea who they are because I've never played Genshin.
確かデミウルゴスのやつはすげえ数の聖少獣を作ってたけど、普通に無理。少なくとも私にはできない。
私や三日星のような武官にはちょっと現実的ではない数字だね。
そもそも聖少獣とは、空の世界の存在を星の世界に持ち帰るためのものです。
Beings from the Sky Realm to the Astral Realm?
数が多くとも価値のない存在では星の世界に持ち帰るに値しない。そして兵器としての運用については言わずもがな。使い手よりも弱い兵器なんて足手まといにしかなりませんからね。
実のところデミウルゴスはあれでなかなか稀有な才能の持ち主だったんだ。聖少獣の役割の都合、量産という技術にはあまり重きを置かれなかったけれどね。
いないものの話をしても仕方がありません。
What do you mean discussing someone that isn't around anymore? We bring people back from the dead all the time at this point. It really is like disappointing that like we bring so many characters back from the dead now with the current ashes we got and then some. But then like, what the fuck was the point of Loki's sacrifice? And at that point, why don't they find some cop-out way to keep Loki alive and actually bring back Fenrir and actually give us fucking playable Fenrir after 12 years? Like, there have been people who've been waiting for years with Granblue during the early years for playable Fenrir, and then, you know, she canonically gets killed off. But now, like, we're bringing in, like, fucking dead Astrals back out of the blue permanently. Because, like, I thought from part 1 or whatever, or was it middle part 2, I forget. Like, when they brought them back, it's like, oh, it'll just be temporary, right? Like, once we knock them back to their senses and then something will happen and then they'll just disappear like servants going away in Fate Grand Order, right? Or in the Fate series. No, they're still here permanently. I'm like, oh. Like, it's not even like a Fate kind of a thing where it's even just like a temporary resurrection to then impart some bullshit final words and then they just move on or some shit. Like, no, they're just back, and I'm like, so why did they have to make Loki do that thing then? Fuck if I know. Temper and a geologic scale. Yeah, hello urbanization, hello.
今は青少獣を量産する方法か、あるいは別の作戦を考えないと。
As everyone falls silent in the face of this daunting task, Inoskela slowly raises her hand.
やるわ、私。でも期待はしないでよね。
Best I can do is 5 primal beasts.
非常に申し訳ないんだが、できるのか？
前線で戦うよりは、こういうのの方が得意だし、星の民の死体がいいように使われてるんでしょ？そんなのほっとけないじゃない。
Thinking of her fallen brethren, Inoskela clenches her fist tightly.
有象無象の星の民って、私にとって人事じゃないのよね。何か少しでも違えば、私も同じようにやられて、生外角の素材になってたと思う。それに何より、あの子が言ったんでしょ？いけるって。はい。じゃあなんとかなるでしょ。自分の能力は信用してないけど、あの子の才能は信じてるから。
私も手伝おう。得意分野ではないとはいえ、星のためにしかできない仕事だ。シユ、ミカボシ、君たちも協力してくれるね。
いいけど、プロクルス本人が出てきたら、私はすぐに殴りに行くからね。
You can play some P5 Royal. Oh, he's taking a break from the P4 Nightmare mod. Hope you're having fun with it. And hopefully you're not burning yourself out going from one RPG to another.
他にやることがあるのですが、まあ優先順位はこちらが上ですね。
では聖書を重化するために必要な犠牲となった星の民の情報についてはこちらで集めるとしよう。数の勝負になるからな。イスタバイオン王国軍を動員して人海戦術を取る。直接戦った者や戦場にいた者に聞き込みをすればかなりの情報を得られるはずだ。
The operation to transform the 5,000 Astrals who have become hostile to Primal Beasts begins in earnest. Having volunteered to lead the effort, Inoskela's eyes blaze with a sense of duty.
オクタビア、フィルキス、我々の方も急ぎましょう。
うん。空の技術も星の技術も大体分かってきたし。
Damn, Filkus learns fast. Like, it's still technically been like, what, couple weeks since the Grand Uplift and Filkus and the Earth Dwellers that have been displaced, like, trying to make heads and tails of, like, everything in the Sky Realm. I mean, Filkus is a mechanic with, like, the stuff she's worked on and stuff, but alright.
ま、やってみますか。ものは試しってね。技術者たるもの、そうでなくっちゃ。私も腕が鳴るってもんさ。アマトグランデのからくりの真髄、とくとご覧あれってね。
3階の技術の結晶。 間に合えばいいんですが。
Jazz, I don't have a weakness. Yeah, it sounds like a pain in SMT, like in SMT stuff in general. Like, you always dread when you just come across demons with no real feasible weaknesses to exploit or whatever. Then at that point, yeah, it's just kind of rough, unless you got something very specific to burn through that.
叙任式での戦闘における星の民シウ、星の民アッハーズ両名の遺体について、多数の目撃証言から光となっていずれかへ飛び去ったことを確認。またシウ、アッハーズともに同じ方角へ飛んでいったことも確認が取れました。光の詳細な行方については目撃者の捜索範囲を広げ、現在調査中となります。
ご苦労。引き続き調査を頼む。
Maskara Makoto.
はっ。
With a greater air of solemnity than usual, the Enforcer exits the office. The crew of Enforcers is searching for Proclus' stronghold based on information derived from Lilith's speculation.
シウ、アッハーズの遺体が姿を変えた光、おそらくはあれこそが生涯核として結晶化する前の星の民の力と見て間違いないとなれば、その光の飛び去った先にはプロクルスの拠点があるはずだが、いかんせん一瞬のことだったからな。なかなか情報は集まらないか。
諜報活動なら俺も力になれると思ったが。
Yeah, I kind of forgot the Six was here.
悪いが聞き込みによる調査となると少々と言わず俺の増えてた。場所を特定して潜入や石膏が必要になったならその時こそ力になろう。
心配せずとも、君の実力は嫌というほど私もよく知っている。適材適所ということだ。まずは拠点の特定を急ごう。
While Walfried and the others are pondering their next move, a shadowy figure emerges from the far end of the room.
聞き込みに行ってきます。目撃証言は多ければ多いほど情報は確かなものになりますから。
大丈夫？まだ休んでいた方がいいんじゃないかな。
ありがとうございます、ナルメイさん。でも私だけ休んでいるわけにはいきません。それに体を動かしていたいんです。そうすれば余計なことを考えなくて済むから。
でもリーシャちゃん、お顔が真っ青だよ。
Seeing Leisha's condition, Walfried addresses Monica and the others with a grave expression.
すまない。3人は席を外してもらえるだろうか。
わかった。
それじゃあね。
リーシャ。
After waiting for the trio to close the door, Walfried guides Leisha to a chair.
リーシャ、プロクルスの過去の件か。あの男の過去は確かに凄惨なものだったが。
過ぎたことだからって私には受け止めきれません。プロクルスの過去を聞いて私思ったんです。当時もし私がその場にいたならどうしただろうって。でもわからなくなってしまって。500年前きっとみんなそれぞれ間違ったことはしていませんでした。大切な人を守るためにより大きな力を求めたプロクルス。あの時はまだ主だった星の民リリトの仇を討とうとした当時の青の騎士。自分たちの世界を取り戻すために侵略者である星の民を排斥しようとした空の民。それぞれその行動に納得できるんです。でも悲劇は起きてしまった。
Confronting a question with no answer, Leisha bites down hard on her lip.
みんなが誰かを思って秩序の中にいたとしてもそれでも悲劇は防げない。父さん、それなら秩序は 一体何のためにあるんですか？私たちは誰のために、何のためにこの剣を振るえばいいんですか？
お前はしばしの間かの気空団と旅を共にしていたな。
Oh, I don't know, Walfrey, because like we haven't seen Leisha for a goddamn while, like in the main story.
はい。
She was there for the early bits for sure, but man, I don't even remember like what else she really did like afterwards.
その後も気空団とは幾度となく力を合わせたと思うが、リーシャ、お前の求めている答えはその旅の中にあったはずだ。秩序があるべき意味などもう気づいているだろう。
We last saw Monica Alicia during the final battle in Estelucia. Nah, I don't count that. I mean, honestly, like with the whole recurrence of like the second Astral War, or the Reconquista as they call it, it's so unnecessary that I don't really care who took part in it and whether or not it's supposed to be that important. To me, the reader, I don't give a shit about it. So even if Monica and Alicia took part in it, even if it's supposed to be treated seriously canonically, I could care less. Again, like, I'm all for, you know, like, when writers actually, you know, establish a good amount of time that or for characters to then shine and leave lasting impressions, but just given the long random dry spells we have in main story, and then whenever they just haphazardly decide to go like, oh yeah, let's go with these characters or this new set of characters, like what about the old set, what about them, then I don't know, I just don't recall anything off the top of my head aside from the Reconquista thing, like, of note from, like, Leisha and the Kuvan forces. Even though, like, there were chapters that did focus on them early on, I just can't remember shit. So I'm just like, eh. I don't know, like, this whole thing, like, I feel like the whole thing with the story so far with the anniversary event, like, I feel like if they wanted to do this whole stupid, like, revival of an Astral War that we've literally just ended like a couple days ago or some shit, I feel like that in its entirety should be its own thing. Why are we dragging Leisha into this for the investiture ceremony to be the Blue Knight, to then interrupt it and then sideline her as we're dealing with Proculus's bullshit? And now we're finally getting back to like Leisha's thing, and it just feels so strung along or strung up with like the arcs here. Like, instead of like weaving together like, you know, the grand picture of this entire event story, it just feels like they just got 3 separate plot lines and then just like got some like the bare minimum of like string to just attach all 3 things together. So then we had like the whole thing leading up to the investiture ceremony, and then revive Astral Attack with a lot of bullshit cop-outs and other things of like, oh yeah, we're just having to revive them just because. And then now we're finally getting back to like Leisha's thing. I'm like, I kind of wish like this either whole event focused on Leisha's like inner doubts or whatever problems came up. Like, I kind of wish that Leisha was with us as we were trying to like fight the resurrected Astrals, as she tried to you know, as she tries to like come to terms with like how she's going to be, or you know, just how she feels about the position of a Luminary Knight. But then so at least Genshin had an excuse to travel and moving around the world to change focus on newer characters. Paimon's our only companion. They try to follow Falcom's footsteps with 3 routes. I mean, like, Sly Guys would wish they could even follow 2 goddamn routes in a storyline. But I mean, you know, it's maybe not the most fair comparing like live service game story writing compared to like retail games where they usually plan it from start to finish, and then like probably if they plan to have like sequels, they, you know, should have legitimate plans in the long term for, you know, the major things from entry to entry. But then how it all interweaves together is what they had to like, you know, refine and double, triple check how it plays in the longer narrative and everything. Then sure, like they got all the dev time in the world to then push out a game and story like that. But like in a live service game or gacha game or whatever, where the updates should be on the regular, they don't really have as much time as they would like to probably flesh out all that kind of stuff. So then we just kind of go from like arc to arc with storylines that are just deep enough, maybe at best, or then we have all this shit that's going on with Granblue. So then I don't know. Like, put the plots in a blender, add a bit of water, yeah, and then drink it in a single gulp and see how that goes. It went so well with Subway sandwiches. Surely it was a gotcha plot, so you can just blend it all and drink it all down just fine, right? No issues.
でも
どうして人は秩序を作り、人が人を裁くのか。これは神の御業であってはならない。これだけは人の手で行われなければならない。
Walfrey places a hand on his daughter's shoulder, as though entrusting the next era of the skies to her.
秩序を担えるのは人だけだ。秩序の執行には常に責任が伴う。その責任は誰かが必ず負わねばならない。決して逃げてはいけない。わかるか、リーシャ。秩序の気空団とは、秩序を振りかざして人を縛る者たちではない。守るべき者、抗うべき者の境界に線を引く席を追い、その最前線で婿の民を守る盾なんだ。
At Walfried's words, Licia lifts her face slightly. Nevertheless, another lingering question about order begins to form on her lips.
父さんは私たちの先祖が歴代の青の騎士が暗躍していたことを知ってたの。同じ必要の騎士であるはずのプロクルスを殺したことを。
In response to Licia's question, Walfried shakes his head.
私も初めて知ったことだ。しかし事態はそう簡単ではない。必要の騎士の始まりは星の民による占領政策の一環だ。そもそもが清廉潔白な組織ではない。その後、神王タウルークは来たる閣僚との戦いのために全てを犠牲にすることを選んだ。それは神王帰化となった必要の騎士も同じ。私自身、タウルークの行いには疑問を持ち、その真意を探るため独自に動いていたが、その中で目の前の全ての命を救うことができたかと問われれば、それは否定せざるを得ない。
父さんですらそれが正義なんですか。私たちには全ての人を守ることはできないんですか。
万人が認める正義などない。それでも何も掲げぬ者に守れるものなどない。
Seeing Licia's pained expression, Walfried's face darkens in turn.
私自身、時折思うことがある。あの日、私は気空団を去り、必要の騎士としての立場を受け入れた。ただの駒ではなく、理想を叶えるために心血を注いできたつもりではあるが、あの男ガラントに私は今の自分を誇れるのか。それでも閣僚を含む様々な危機から多くの人々を守るには悩み立ち止まる余裕などなかった。
Walfried stares at his hands, seemingly reflecting on all the things that have slipped through his fingers.
最善は尽くした。しかしそれは正義と同様にひどく不確かなものだ。
父さんですらこんなに悩んで。
Seeing her father's vulnerable side for the first time, Lisha feels anew the weight of her own burden.
私にとっての最善、私は何と戦い何を守りたいのか。
Just as she is beginning to grasp an answer from the mire of anguish.
失礼します。
どうした？人払いをしていたはずだが。
はあ、しかしながら下級の要件のためプロクルスが現れました。場所は破空戦争の古戦場、空域最大の激戦の跡地です。
Oh boy, Proclus is here. Oh boy, oh boy.
くそー、思ったよりも早く動いてきやがったな。
リリトの助言でプロクルスの使う力については対策を進められているが、結局のところ次の一手については予想ができていないからな。
何をする気かは分からねえが、ここは俺たちで時間を稼がねえとな。
生外核の素材にされた星の民の青少獣か。間に合えばいいのですが。
終わんない。
口より手を動かして。あなたを中心で始めた以上手伝えることにも限界があるんだから。
ある程度負荷はこちらで肩代わりしよう。こんな方法よりも休ませてやりたいところだが。
残り3000弱。プロクルスの動きが読めない以上ペースを落とすことはできませんね。
追加の光線記録と差し入れを持ってきた。オノスケリス、ミカボシ、ビューレーストは今の体なら食事が取れるのだろ。
Those at headquarters hurry to accelerate the Astral's transformation into primal beast, but the remaining count is still considerable.
来た。
Following Narmaya's gaze, they see Proclus joined by three unknown figures.
一人じゃねえのか。追加で星の民を蘇生させたのか。
あの3人からはオノスケリスさんたちと同じような力を感じます。
手駒を増やして何するつもりだ？一気に勝負を決めようってんなら3人は少ないんじゃねえか？
いや、ビューレイスト殿たちの洗脳が解けた以上向こうも楽観できる戦況ではないはず。数が限られているであろう生外核をむやみに使うとは思えない。
Three unknown figures. Yeah, I kind of wish like we had at least the more detailed generic face of like who the Astrals are, but then we just have like the vague like washed out silhouettes of what the Astrals are. I'm just like, come on, like at least show us like the Astro the Astro version of like Bob or some shit. Like, come on.
ってことはあの3人はビューレイストたちよりももっと強えのかもしれねえぞ。
Hearing these ominous words, Catalina's eyes widen in alarm, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Bob Stroll.
まさかそれならば奴はここで戦局を決めるつもりか。
どういうことだ？
数人戦ったことがあるんだ。たった一人でも空を滅ぼしかねない星の民と、ついにルシファーやベルゼバブといった危険すぎる星の民を生外核で蘇らせたのだとしたら。
They're just like rapidly approaching like that. It looks so goofy. Just then, three robed figures silently glide forward, closing the distance in an instant. With no time to think, Catalina instinctively moves to strike back. However, an illusion.
消えた。しかもまるで手応えが。
団長、
悪いな。一緒に来てもらうぜ。
The fuck, we just get yoinked?
くそ、あっちはおとりか。
The crew members immediately reach out for their captain. Okay! But the next moment, Kirby is gone, disappearing with Proculus right before their eyes. Really? God, that's so underwhelming. Holy fuck. Oh my god. Like, how is it that easy to fucking bamboozle us? We went through literally everything and then some with all the things we've gone through. Holy fuck. Like, at least, like, fight us to weaken us, and then when we're all dead fucking tired, then you go for the kidnap. Ignore the third Robami event. Oh, wait. Lyria has been damsel in distress. Viren has now Estancho's turn. What is this writing? I don't know. Like, I really don't know, like, what the what the writing team is even doing, like, with current Granblue and all. Like, it wasn't, like, this bad, like, to the point where I'm complaining so much about it now. You know, big caveat there, because usually I let a lot of shit slide, but like, I've just been so critical of like all the shit that they're pulling now, and just like, I can't just go along for the ride anymore like I've usually done. Like, holy fuck, dude. Gotcha, bitch, in every word. Granblue Edge just don't know or care anymore. Part 1's done, Zodiacs are out, the game can die now. Yeah. Upon regaining consciousness, Kirby slowly opens both eyes to see a research lab bustling with people.
Yo, omezame ka?
Hey, you're finally awake. Proculus.
そう怖い顔するなよ。と言いたいところだが、そういうわけにもいかねえか。
Already just moved to other games in the studio. Yeah, maybe. I mean, to be fair, you know, like the game's been out for 12 years, so I'd be amazed if the people writing who originally wrote the story were still around. I'd be amazed if that happened. People don't like this event, same level. From what I hear people rank it even lower than Seeds of Redemption. But yeah, they changed writers a few times. Yeah, like, I don't know how they organize things within the writing team, if they have like an actual lore master, or if they have like, you know, an actual, I don't know, internal encyclopedia to draw from or some shit. But like, I don't know. Like, it's just like, with the things that they had to like expand upon with the current story, everything is just so rushed, and like, we just don't get enough time to properly flesh out shit and build up our connections with whoever they introduce, you know, like our fucking dad within the main story. But then we finally get to Estelucia, and within 13 chapters where we kind of like clean our hands of everything that's gone on there. It's like, yep, we're moving on now, but what about dad and mom? We said our hellos and goodbyes. I'm like, okay, all right, we're just done. We're just done seeing our mom and dad after 12 years. So wait, you're still laughing how dumb Gigi got yeeted out. Probably third, fourth writer. You know, the first writer got yeeted. And yeah, I don't know what really goes on like internally with like the staff within Cygames, or more specifically the people who do work on Granblue content or whatever. But yeah, I really don't know. Like, it just really feels, it just feels very apparent now that like they just never wrote down that actual long-term plan of like at least like the major points to hit, and then they can just kind of like try to make up shit along the way to fill in from point A to B to C. They don't have like things to insert between points like A, B, or B, C, so to say. Then it just feels like, I don't know, it like you just can't really get invested into whatever's going on. Like, I mean, whoever's setting up the fight sequences, they still do a bang up job. But in terms of the actual writing, leaves much to be desired. Like, the main focus shouldn't really be the destination. Like, even though we should get there eventually, but it's more like, you know, the journey, experience, memories on the way, you know? Like, again, like any long-running shonen anime, it's always, like, the journey to whatever theoretical or actual plot endpoint. And, you know, it's always, like, the memories and friends we made along the way kind of thing. Like, as cheesy as it is, it's the most fucking important thing when you have a long-running story, at least for Granblue, if it runs for 12 goddamn years. But then, what experiences or friends have we made along the way within context of the main story? Not counting the side events, because they were technically written separately before they retconned it, going, oh yeah, they're divergent timelines or split timelines that then got re-merged after the fact. Like, we're not counting that shit. Main story only? Like, we just kind of been meandering around over the characters that we have here, just conveniently line up to just move shit forward. I mean, I don't know the last time we've had anything super meaningful beyond, like, a couple arcs of development here and there. But then, aside from that, I don't know. I really don't know.
そうだな。お前は俺を恨んでいい。これからそれ相応のことをするわけだからな。
So wait, we're done with a game like Skyrim? No. So wait, maybe they did write it down, but new writers didn't care. Yeah, it could be that too. Or I mean, you know, we don't really know unless we somehow get the actual, like, words from, like, people who've been on the writing team themselves, if they want to be public with that shit. Sometimes it's comedy and destination being a joke that never reaches punchline, Monty Python and the Holy Grail, all about the journey. Yeah. Proclus looks utterly exhausted as he stares fixedly at the captain.
よりにもよって、どうしてお前なんだろうな。信じてもらえるかわからねえが、ティモリア島の町でお前と出会ったのは、本当に偶然だったんだ。
So, Naruto, Boruto. I don't know what's going on with Boruto. Like, I mean, I haven't kept track of Naruto for years. I don't really care about Naruto as a franchise anymore. But, like, Boruto, I've seen some clips of, like, the whack-ass shit that's going on, and I'm just like... it really feels like, just looking from the outside, as someone who's never kept track of the series beyond, like, wherever I stopped, like, it really feels like they should just ended Naruto whenever Shippuden ended or whatever. Again, I never watched Shippuden. I only watched it up until whatever episodes before it time skipped to Shippuden or whatever. But then, just seeing the whack-ass shit, like, in Boruto, I'm like, yeah, no, they should have ended that shit a long time ago.
俺の正体はもう知ってるだろう。
So wait, 30 years since you've seen it, it's even older, still can't get over its ending. Boruto is even written by the original writer, he just went off to do a cooking manga. Oh, it's not even from the original writer anymore? Oh, it's even worse then. Oh god.
500年ぶりの空の世界で、お前みたいなお人よしを見つけられて。
Like, when you have a series go so long as that, and then you have the original writer just not even handling it anymore, then unless they really have some set guidelines or vision for what the series is supposed to progress with or as, then yeah, at least with the random shit I've seen, I'm like, where the fuck are we going with this?
俺は心底ほっとしたし嬉しかった。その気持ちに嘘はねえ。お前に立ちを。アペプのことを重ねたのも本心だ。
I saw my friend Apep in you. What the fuck? Consider the end of Naruto the actual end, not Boruto. You just don't like it. Yeah, I kind of hear the general feelings from people that did see it. They're not really... Either they just really don't like it or they're just done with it. Maybe one of the most successful shonen manga than just hecking off to make a cooking manga as peak manga writer eccentricity for sure. I mean, you know, when you work on one thing for however long, like, you know, depending on how attached you are or whatever, you know, sometimes you want something new. You know, it varies, but yeah.
俺はお前のことを気に入ってる。
Wait,
500年ぶりの空
wasn't
の
it
世界
written
で
by
出会
a
った
protege? I
誰
mean,
よ
I would
りも
imagine it would have to be written by a protege, right? Like, it wouldn't just be handed off just unceremoniously like that. I don't know. Again, I'm not too in tune with this, but...
だってのに
As Proclus bites his lip, a man who appears to be a researcher approaches.
プロクルス様、こちらが。
So wait. Dragon Ball, I could have raised up airs, continued series only for nothing to happen. That'd be harsh. Board reminds you of Gacha created by Netmarble. Just to create their own thing. Yeah, I don't know.
そうだ
Taking a deep breath to steel himself, Proclus turns back to face Kirby.
ルシファー、ベルゼバブ、アスタロト。お前はこの3人を知ってる。いや、戦ったことがあるよな。
Man, that's one hell of a thing to name drop all three of them right in front of us.
俺はもともと力の薄い生涯核でビューレイストたちを復活させ、奴らの死をもって力の濃度を上げ、そこから改めて生涯核を作り、ルシファーたちを復活させる計画だった。だがビューレイストたちの洗脳を解かれ、力の濃縮には失敗し、手元にあるのは力の薄い生涯核のみ。3人の力に見合うだけの生涯核は用意できたが、力の濃度が薄い以上、必要な量が多すぎてそれぞれ器にまとまらねえ。適当な器で無理にまとめようとすりゃ、強すぎる力が器を壊しちまう。必要なのは器の強さ、そして何より器たる資格。3人の星の民との縁だ。
A connection to those three meaning us, huh? And hello, still partially blacked out art for Astaroth. I really wonder how Magus would react to this. I really gotta wonder.
だから団長、
We're gonna become Fa. Oh god. If they're gonna make us go that route, we better get all those wings. That looks sick. Proclus speaks with his eyes downcast, as though trying to detach himself from his emotions.
それぞれと縁のあるお前に3人を復活させるための器、軸になってもらう。
Dancho officially having the end. Yeah, we can end Granblue and finally move on with our lives.
お前を中心にルシファー、ベルゼバブ、アスタロトを復活させ。
God, that just seems so out there. It's just like, just because we fought Lucilia's, Beelzebub, and Astaroth before, taking into account the events we've done in co-op mode, like, oh yeah, like, but because you've interacted with them, you're now that, like, anchor point to then be the the one to revive. I'm like, oh, I'm so checked out of this shit. Like, of all the ways to bring them back, or like, whatever, I'm just like, really?
その力で俺は空の世界を終わらせる。
Istaroth and Genshin? Call off the mode they want to keep reminding us exists but nothing to do with. Yeah, like, they have their own little mini storyline for co-op mode and everything, but because of how, like, shallowly they thought it out long-term with co-op quests in Granblue, then it just kind of like doesn't. It's like where does this actually fit within the gameplay loop and context of like the game at large within Granblue in its entirety? It's just the mode that's just kind of been stuck there, and we don't really do anything with it anymore. Because yeah, like now that we went all the way there, and then we just having to bring Magus into this like way later, and I'm like, wait, I don't know. You get free draw every X days. Oh boy. Nobody got time to keep doing that shit. That's so dog shit. Yeah, Granblue just has too much bloat from all the modes that they put in, but they never really planned it out for the long term to keep sustaining. Because like, if you put something that's supposed to be marketed as a co-op mode, there sure isn't much longevity to sustaining why we should come back to it. Co-op, Casino, Arkham, Sandbox. I mean, like, Arkham and Sandbox, I mean, no, actually, their longevity is basically just from, like, the time-gated material grind requirements, actually. So, once you kind of get through them, then you're just kind of twiddling your thumbs for either the next update or for when, like, you get enough tickets in the regular mode, non-Sandbox, to farm your shit. Then, yeah, I don't know. That's the point, make co-op mode feel irrelevant, just to bring its story content to players. Pull the rugs over on them. Now we have Viren's thing, see how long this stays updated. What do you mean we have Viren's thing? Oh, we're done with it. His whole transformation bit, like, with the end of Estelucia, it's like, oh yeah, like, your whole transformation, nah, you can, we'll take that back now. Or at least as, actually, isn't that how it went? I forget. But yeah, like, it felt like it was gonna be a thing that we can actually have Viren reliably transform for the big battles or some shit, but I don't know. Oh wait. Oh, I thought like, I thought you meant like the transformation, not the Adventurer's Expedition resource gathering timer mode. Yeah, no, that shit, I mean, it doesn't really have much meaning to exist even now. Like, I'd rather just play a dogshit minigame that gives us some materials right then and there than have to wait out stupid timers for some paltry amount of materials I could have farmed up in like 30 seconds anyways. Saying Viren to climb the Neptro Tower. Don't do this.
俺はもう俺自身を止めることができねえんだ。犠牲になった奴の無念は誰かが引き継がなきゃならねえ。
Gonna sacrifice me? Oh no. Anyways. B5R, why I don't want to get into gacha version. I mean, there are many reasons not to get into a gacha. Like, the whole FOMO, like, daily addiction, like, the money spent and everything, or the temptation to spend ludicrous amounts of money. Like, no one, like, unless, like, you have very good levels of restraint, or at least like have a set plan for disposable income, then sure. But like, if you don't have that sorted out, or don't think you can, you know, handle that, avoid any and all gacha or live service games, honestly. Or at least live service games with heavy pushes for monetization and whatever.
当事者になって分かったよ。過去の因縁ってのはそう簡単には割り切れねえな。
But yeah, I don't really hear too many good things about P5X aside from, you know, the Subway Slammer. But aside from that meme, yeah. Never a reason to play gacha. I mean, like, meme answers aside, like, free-to-play is never free-to-play. Well, yeah, I mean, like, the cost is tempting the players to then spend money, yeah, but, you know, for all intents and purposes, free-to-play is free-to-play, but, yeah, like, if you can see the value in playing the game itself as a game, then sure. But then, if you're worried about or feel uneasy about the whole temptation on FOMO, dailies, weeklies, monthly upkeep, depending on how a gacha handles that kind of content or repetitive grind, and how long you're willing to wait for new content to come out, as opposed to like a retail game that's, you know, hopefully, like, barring early access shit or games that have planned roadmaps, you know, a game you buy should be, you know, the full package right then and there, and that's it. Live service games or gachas, like, it's always a toss-up for how long they'll be supported for, if they'll be supported well in the long run, and they'll always keep, like, tempting you to spend money with new shiny characters, banners, and if they're excessively pay to win, then it's like, yeah, look no further than, like, a lot of other, like, let's say, Korean MMOs, gachas, or whatever other, like, I mean, not just like within like the East and stuff, but like, yeah, there's a lot of other blatantly pay to win shit in terms of the live service sphere, or free to play live service sphere. But yeah. So wait, they canned the guy who wrote Subway Slammer. So wait, Subway Slammer, you prefer Kamoshida guy body checking? Like, apparently it's an actual thing, or that happened, that they just, you know, wrote into P5X stories as, like, a exaggerated, parody of that, in a way, but, like, yeah, it's still outrageously silly. So wait, some gacha have value outside of gacha. You can do FGO fine without touching gacha more than they make you. Yeah, like, stuff like FGO is fine, because, like, it's, at this current point, you know, essentially VN first, then gacha second. And then well, a quote-unquote game third, given the fact that, like, the main part of it is just blasting through it in terms of, like, the battles to then get back to the story. But beside that point, yeah, like, for the most part, like, as long as you have your core meta supports to then support your other favorite servants from then on, then there's no real incentive to, there's no real need to spend when you could just take whatever favorite characters or whatever good character that you can level up via Holy Grails to then uncap their natural levels to, you know, even further points to carry them on. Then yeah, like, there's actually, like, not as much pressure as you would think to spend. The people who spend just really want to spend for their favorite characters, more so than out of a compulsive need to keep up with shit. More so than anything. Although again, some people still pull for meta, but, you know, at least within context of FGO, like, people who do whale at times usually just whale for their absolute favorites, more so than from a necessity of, like, whatever meta, because at this point, you know, with FGO, it's just whatever can clear an AoE mob of enemies, or sorry, mobs in an AoE, or single target a boss cleanly in like a couple turns. But aside from that, there's no real competition or as much FOMO from like, oh no, I gotta like catch up and everything. There's no catching up with stuff in that sense with other people. Like, you're there individually for the journey of the story, even if you have to burn like revives to get through it, then it doesn't really matter if you have like the cream of the crop, like new DPS servant or whatever, then you can just kind of brute force it if you so wish, for the most part. But yeah, wait, okay, where's the heck's my mouse? So a community post on YouTube asking people what they would tell their past selves. They send back a message, start a Genshin, just don't play gacha. So wait, concept of gacha is inherently evil side of humanity. Starting point, Kamoshida. So wait, more like something that's very abusable, terrible companies than something inherently bad. Maybe some people, not your problems, their money at the end of the day. Oh yeah, I mean, like, the big responsibility also, like, part of the responsibility also comes down to the individual person to, you know, not fall to temptation to then be absolutely careless with their own money, time, and mindset and investment into games. And it's also a weird take to, you know, for people to view their times playing any game for the most part as like an investment. I'm like, dude, you're playing games in your leisure time. What investment do you need to get out of it? Like, I know there's only so many hours out of the day, but then like sometimes people feel the need to like optimize the best way to enjoy something or whatever, but I'm just like, you're already in your leisure time right now, like, why fuss over making the most of something? Sometimes, like, I don't know, maybe like I could spend like 30 minutes or whatever like figuring out the best way to make a certain cup of coffee in that day. Would people view it as an absolute waste of time? Yeah. Like, would I still feel good about the time I spent in the process and joy of like going through all that fiddly shit to then make like the best goddamn cup ever or fail trying? Like, it's all part of the process and how I want to spend time, more so like what am I getting out of my own time, you know? I don't know, people have like a really weird mindset. I know it's kind of a bit of a tangent here, but I remember I keep reading comments and other clips of like people seeing other people's messages of like being obsessed with like min-maxing just with their own free time, let alone like competitive games or just like people gaming about shit or whatever. I don't know. But then the conversation kind of like went to just trying to get the most out of their own personal time. I'm just like, it's your personal time, like, you know, like it feels like you're adding extra stress to what's supposed to be your time of relaxation. I don't know. So wait, gotcha, biggest problem, not even 50-50 or even money aspect of it. Oh wait, biggest gotcha problem's time. Modern game issue. People value what they want to do with multiple choices. Does padding out time so you're forced to play longer just to get to the good parts. Telling you to play sports or gotchas, you'll never play sports games. I mean, yeah, like, you know, but people have their preferred ways to spend their time, sure. But it's like, it's kind of like a weird mindset that you see sometimes from like people here and there about like, just like, but then again, like, I guess it does just kind of come down to like how people do what they want to do. I don't know. You used to not have any hobbies, multiple hobbies they can manage because of luxury. Oh no. Okay, I'll continue reading. Sorry. Current day, people treat hobbies like a second job. Yeah, I think that's like a more apt way to putting it. Like, instead of viewing a hobby as something to do to relax and just like decompress, it's like they're treating it as like a second job that like they need to like do something, like when they're not working they need to do something productive or something that the public would then perceive as like, oh man, like look at like all the stuff that they're like supposedly meaningful stuff they're doing in the public eye or some shit. I don't know. Because then it's just like, oh man, like I feel like I'm wasting my time not doing this or that now that I have like this free time on my hands. And it's just like, it's their free time. Like, if, you know, if you have something that you actually want to do, then sure, go for it. But doing it for the sake of doing something that you think the public perceives as productive, then that's just gonna burn you out so hard in every aspect of life. Like, even harder from like when you're doing your thing working or in school and then you come back and then it's just like, oh, I gotta be doing something. It's just like, you know. Okay, sorry, I gotta refocus here. In his mind's eye, he sees his former self insisting that the chain of resentment should be severed, as well as an image of the gentle Astro who met a most cruel fate.
俺がアペプの無念を継承しなきゃ。 あいつの死には何の意味もなくなっちまう。この戦争は終われねえんだ。俺が死ぬか。
As Kirby struggles to respond, a researcher arrives carrying several crystals. So I don't like most modern gacha. I keep seeing good anime, Netmarble. And I don't even know what Netmarble is. Lazy, taking advantage. I mean, the best thing you can really do at that point with like a lot of, you know, what you would perceive or whatever people would perceive as like cash grab anime gachas, just ignore them. Like, you can't really do anything about people who might be interested in the IP and then, you know, take an interest to then install, play it, and either, you know, they might end up just uninstalling, just logging in just to pull characters that they like, or maybe they actually do get invested in it for whatever reason, just because of the brand. Then, I mean, people just play what they want to play at the end of the day. Whether or not we perceive it as a good game or not, it's subjective. But yeah, like, I think it's more cases like that, like we just at that point kind of just stay in our own lane and not really focus on the things we don't like, but more so focus on the things we do like instead. Because otherwise, like, just kind of like viewing what other people are doing on the other side of the fence, going, oh man, like look at them, like with like, or you know, it's always like singling out like whatever you don't like on the other side of the fence. That kind of feels like not the most I don't know how to word it, but not the best mindset. Gotcha game, losing 50-50, game's ass, uninstall if I win, keep the game, best game ever. Yeah, it's kind of weird how people like view a gacha game's merits based on their gacha luck. Then at that point, like if you're not gonna play for the game and you're just there to roll like for the dopamine hit of hitting an S rank or 5-star or whatever the highest rarity of a game is, then it's not a healthy way to really spend your time playing a game if all you're doing is just trying to like bait yourself into a dopamine hit. Then at that point, you should probably just be playing something else altogether. Because I've seen time and again people obsessing over the gacha and their dismay with like failing on their rolls. Then, you know, I mean, like for the most part, you know, like shit happens and I feel bad for them, but then it's like, what about the rest of the game? Can you enjoy that? It's like, no, I don't want to play this fucking game anymore. And then they still come back later to then roll again just for extra disappointment from the gacha. I'm like, are you just rolling just to be disappointed every couple of months? I'm like, just full stop playing the game. Like, do something else then. Like, if you're not gonna play the game for the game and you're just gonna set yourself up for disappointment every couple of weeks or months rolling the gacha and then just hating yourself and the game, then do something else that, like, you know, or you know, it'd probably be best to do something else for the betterment of your mental health, honestly. Netball was a Korean gacha company. 5.5 years, you won 50-50 in Genshin only like 4 times. Only 4 times? Holy shit. So anime IP gacha is generally bad. It's like going into detail why it's so with psychology. Gacha jokes, he's on the side. Virtue signaling. Stop being with the fan, gacha is not gambling when clearly is. If you want, all you want is pull high rarity characters, play one with high rates like Azure Lane. But yeah, I mean, at that point, like, if you just want, like, shiny characters or whatever, like, and you just don't even stick around for the game, at that point, just go to Pixiv or some shit and just, like, look at all the fan art of the characters you would like in general. And, like, at that point, there's not much difference. You can save yourself the bandwidth and the money and the, eventual disappointment when you don't have enough currency to pull for aforementioned characters in whatever gacha roles you're trying to go for. Then, like, because, like, at least with my mindset, like, see how the game is to play first, and then, like, see how it goes with the gacha. So then, like, if I'm just here for the gacha, I'm also just not play if it's the only thing keeping me here. You love your beloved Fox sisters, Otigo and Belfast. Always gameplay story first? Yeah, always gameplay story first. Like, I know, like, usually a lot of the things I kind of see sometimes is just like, people, like, when it comes to gacha games, people fixate on the gacha so much, they don't even think about the game. I'm just like, do people not think about games anymore? I'm just like, you know, like, there should still be a reason to play a game besides the gacha, because otherwise, then if you just want to gamble, I mean, heaven forbid, depending on your wallet or personal income, then just go gamble in general. Well, technically, no, don't do that. But, yeah, like, probably, like, at that point, probably best to spend your time or money somewhere else with something that's probably more enjoyable than just fishing for a dopamine hit. The Inspector early comment is a joke, take it seriously. Nah, it's just, like, stuff I want to get off my chest with things I've seen over the years when it comes to gacha game mentality. Or, you know, gambling mentality in general. But, yeah, I don't know. Proclus takes and examines them, then looks at the captain with a mixture of pity and regret.
お前はいいやつだ。こんな出会いじゃなきゃダチになれたかもな。
Oh my god, this cheesy ass line. You're a good person, we might have been friends if things were different. Gamble the save with, pull out a deck of cards and play blackjack solo. We already know what's up. You don't really care about a GBF story, story's easily weakest, so there's a lot of saying about it. Decent game with Nikkei writing crazy stories. Yeah, there are a lot of games out there that actually do keep maintaining, like, a good amount of effort in pushing out stories and stuff, compared to, like, how Granblue is quality-wise at the moment. Another Eden, Old Age of RPG. I don't know anything about Another Eden, actually. Pressing his lips into a hard line, he brings the Astro husk closer, intending to fuse them with Kirby. But at that moment, a figure clad in deep blue leaps in between them. What the fuck? Is this supposed to be Leisha's new armor? When the fuck did they reforge the armor? From Walfried's Blue Knight armor to refit it for Leisha? When and how the fuck did that happen? I know they mentioned it, but like, what the fuck? I know this is supposed to be the unveiling for her new... I know this is supposed to be her reveal for her the style swap, but there's no build-up for, you know, the actual... Bro. Bro. Also, how did Leisha know where to go to find us when we got yoinked away by Proclus? Oh, I forget. Did we already ping where, or find out where the lab is? I forget if we did in part 2 already. This is the order I've just... Oh my god, it's so fucking cheesy. Note her armor looks crappy. Armor takes longer to reforge than that. Astral ingenuity. Wait, hold on. Let me replay that little reveal. So wait.
これが私の選ぶ秩序です。
I mean, kinda okay with it. I don't think it looks too bad, but I don't know how to really describe how I'm feeling right now, but it's kind of like in the middle for me. But yeah, I've read the abilities for the style swap for this version of Leisha. Apparently it's really bad because it's hyper focused on Saber specialty allies in your team. And I'm like, why? And worst of all, you would want your entire team, MC included, and backline to be Saber specialized. And I'm just like, the fuck? So no Katzelia, no Esteriola, no Halloween Vayne if you want a backline, no Raphael for the primal bonuses or anything. Like, you're gutting so much in terms of like your party comp just to accommodate Leisha. I'm just like, the fuck? It's so bad.
正義じゃなくても、道を誤ったとしても、守りたいもののために。大丈夫か？よかった。怪我はしていないみたいですね。
Make a grand character bad. Like, I thought that, like, they do some rebalancing or give her a proper 5-star uncap to then change into the Blue Knight armor. Like, but then we style swap. Like, I mean, like, I appreciate that they're actually, you know, going or making more use of the style swap thing when it was first unveiled with Ingwe or whatever, but the actual things they rolled out for Leisha didn't do her any good from what I've read up on paper. Like, you know, like, people have found uses for Super Sadala with their swap and everything. That's fine. But with Leisha Grand to Leisha Style Swap, it's kind of a big downgrade and too specific. I don't know what they're going for here.
間一髪だったな。秩序の機空団の方でずっとプロクルスの拠点を探していたらしいんだ。
Turns out they've been searching for Proclus's stronghold all along.
おかげで団長を見つけられてよかった。
So, wait, I forget. So, did they ever actually find where the stronghold was in part 2, or was it just like a matter of convenience in the now in part 3 that like we got yoinked, but then, oh yeah, they just had to be searching in the area, and then they pointed us to you? But I would have more accepted it if like Lyria did some shit to like, I mean, we don't really have the life link anymore with Lyria, but we still have a connection of some sort, so that I would have understood that if Lyria tried to do some shit where she tried to sense where Dancho is, but we didn't have any of that. It's just the crew of enforcers were surveilling all over and just having to point us in the right direction at the right time just before it's too late. Plot convenient. Yeah, it's like, wait, was this one of the things that? Oh my god.
この研究所で生涯核を作ってたんだろ。だったらここを抑えりゃもう悪さはできねえはずだ。
You would have preferred if he actually did manage to fuse us with fire bubs. Yeah, at least we would have had some cool like transformation or like or whatever. You know what I wish we'd see more of again after all this time? Even though I think that little subplot's been already actually I think was that subplot already wrapped up? You know the whole thing with the Seraphic weapon uncaps, and then we have that alter ego Dancho when Belial was like kind of like talking with us in our head when we're uncapping the Seraphic weapons. I forget, do we ever wrap up that little plotline about the alter ego Dancho stealing it away or like or whatever? Or is it still there but they never went back to that little subplot with ourselves? So it would have been inverse explanation, blue magic thing. Yeah, it would have been a... Oh yeah, for the blue will, yeah. So the retcon 2R makes relink inconsistent? No. Oh wait, do we not wrap up the whole thing with the alter ego Dancho with these Seraphic weapon uncap episodes where Belial was just like whispering to us, teasing us along with like, hey, are you really sure you want to keep going with uncapping those weapons? I'm not sure about that, buddy. And then, you know, we had the whole thing with alter ego Dancho. It got brought back for Tormentor and never again. Oh wait, you mean the FF blue magic style thing they have coming? Oh, like the Final Fantasy Blue Mage stuff? Wait, what blue mage thing? Did I miss something? Still there, never explore. Yeah, like we have like shit like that, but like we never get back to that. I'm like, that should be like an important thing to consider within Dancho's inner self to like, you know, to probably deal with if and when it rears its ugly head again, should something trigger Alter Ego to then repossess Dancho and basically murder Lyria and Viren in cold blood. They haven't done anything with terrific weapons ever since Ultima. Like, I get if they didn't do anything with them content gameplay-wise. Or sorry, gameplay-wise, I mean. But like, what about the little story about Alter Ego Dancho? Like, what the fuck?
終わりにしようぜ。いよいよ決戦だ。
MC can use Paradise Lost and Bubzogi. So wait, we can learn raid boss attacks. One is for clearing tower and beating bubs. Blue mage mechanic they want to implement in GBF. Oh, that's kind of cool actually. Although, how does it work exactly? Like, is it like an extra button or is it an extra skill we add that replaces our first skill within a class? Because you know how every class has like the signature first slot skill or whatever? Oh, excuse me. Are we gonna replace that with like the raid boss attack? Or would it be like just an extra thing they would change? You hope it was like a fifth skill? Maybe they would have to change the UI to kind of squeeze that in then, but I mean, I guess they would have to. I don't know. In response to Raccoon's rallying cry, the others rush in and swiftly take control of the laboratory. Okay, just like that. As his plans collapse around him, Proclus squares off against the Blue Knight Risha.
そうかもしれません。でもきっとこの繰り返しの先に一歩でも前に進めると信じています。
If Chaos Legion works like Bub Summon, what do we do about the summon? What about second Chaos Legion? We're thinking 5th skill or something similar to summon. Yeah, I was thinking about something similar to summon so they don't fuck up their back end for however they set up class skills in general. And then they would have to, because they would have to then rework the character portrait UI to accommodate, or sorry, the character skill menu UI to accommodate 5 skills. We're stuck on 4 skill Dancho for way too long. I don't know. I guess we'll have to see if they really just shrink it down to fit in a 5th icon, or if they'll have a separate button to squeeze in somewhere somehow. We only got 3 sub-skill on a class fully from Extended Mastery on Origin classes. Yeah, I mean, it is really nice being able to do full sub-skills on Origin classes, yeah. We can do the meme, Infinite Paradise Lost. Well, like, you just have Lucifer on every single slot. So then you Paradise Lost with your skill, then the summon, next turn with like another Paradise Lost every single turn. Lucy, Sandy, 2 summons. Oh god. You see, that was pretty fun.
私はその気持ちを大切にしたいんです。
俺やこれまでの世界がそんなに愚かで情のない奴らだったと思うか。俺たちだってそうしてきたさ。
We're the same as you, you know.
目の前の大切な誰かを自分にとって大切なものを守ろうってな。その結果がアペプの死であり白空戦争だ。じゃあどうすりゃいいのかは俺にもわからねえ。それでもお前は青の騎士を秩序の代行者を続けるのか。
Lisha levels her blade and fixes her gaze on Proclus, laying bare her resolve.
続けます。そうでないときっとどこにもたどり着けないから。
This is the reason why people love Sandy content. Yeah.
同じ問題が起きたらどうする。
その時はその時です。
We just crossed that bridge. This is shit that I'd hear, but in a good way if I was playing Trails, but it sounds so stupid in Granblue context.
Huh?
Lisha's sad character, she never got her character development, kind of exists. Yeah, that's why I'm just not really feeling the whole upgrade for Blue Knight Lisha, because, like, I feel like even before this anniversary event, we should have had something to build up to the moment she actually dons the armor. Like, I kind of wish we had an event or, you know, an actual place in the main story where we actually, you know, refocus on Lisha to then give her some new time in the spotlight, to then rekindle that player to character connection to Lisha as a character, to then go back to this moment and then we'd be invested. But now I'm like, then we just have the whack ass line of, like, you know, like, what happens if you make the mistake? I'll figure that out later. Like, basically just a Nepo promotion. Yeah, in a way, yeah. Like, just passed down from father to daughter without really seeing what Lisha actually tried to struggle with. Because, like, they say she's struggling with figuring out, like, what it means for order and justice and all that cheesy shit. But then we don't actually see her in the middle of, like, either battle or trying to deal with, like, some other bureaucracy or some other thing to, like, really figure that out. But then even then within this, either, you know, set all that up and focus on it within this event, or they should have a long time ago refocused part of the main story to then, you know, bring relevance back to Lisha and, you know, continue her development anew, to then segue into this event and then this moment, which would then made this line funny. But now this line that was supposed to be funny doesn't really feel deserved. Again, like, I like equating shit to Trails way too much, but, like, when you have silly lines like this, it's because I already have that connection and understanding of the character's history, personality, and the events leading up to whatever moment, and then they just, like, let out some, like, stupid shit like this. Then I'm used to it, and, you know, it's like you just kind of, like, understand the delivery. But then with Lisha, there's nothing that really led up to this, like, stupid ditzy moment when it's supposed to be more serious, or, you know, it's kind of like our expectations is, like, all up in the air with what Lisha is supposed to be. Then, because I don't really have that solid idea of, like, because, like, we have, like, the parts of Lisha that's, like, a bit more silly and everything, but then with the serious stuff they're trying to push now, when it's been kind of a long time since we've had anything of actual serious or, you know, importance, I mean, like, pertaining to her, then I'm just not feeling, like, a line like this.
Huh?
Then it, like, I don't know, it just doesn't really, like, feel as funny as it should have been if that's what they were going for. Show, don't tell. No, like, tell me. Like, tell me anything. Like, show and tell. But they didn't show, they didn't tell, but until this moment came up. You know, that kind of thing. Like, it's more of a case of literally do anything with her leading up to this moment. Or even before this event took place. But then, yeah, too little too late, honestly.
おお、なんかリーシャのやつはっちゃけたな。絶対の正義も絶対の秩序もないって思い知りましたから。
Also turning off the audio there for a moment. I really wish, like, if they're gonna have Lisha just, like, barge in out of nowhere like that, this would have been a more apt time to actually have a flashback cutscene of her donning the armor with a proper illustration of Walfried seeing Lisha like put on the armor as like to pass on the proverbial torture armor in this case, and then move out like in whatever cool manner they want to depict it, then okay. But then it's just she just really shows up out of nowhere and then she says all this. Like, at least give us like the flashback we should have expected to then go like, oh yeah, how did she get here? As like, oh yeah, let's just see what happened like 30 minutes before she got here or some shit. Like, not even that.
正義とは秩序とは揺らぐものであるなら最初からそれを覚悟して生きるしかない。
Concept of justice, order, shift and change. We need to accept that reality.
過去に学びよりよく生きていけばいつか誰も傷つかない完璧な世界になる。そもそもそんな考え自体おこがましかったのかもしれません。
Perfect world. Arrogant to begin with.
私たちは間違えます。時には私にとっての正解が誰かの不正解にもなるでしょう。でも私たちは変わることができます。道を誤ればまたやり直せばいい。一つの大義に一つの規律に固執するのではなく変化を受け入れながら生きていく。それが神ではなく人が人を裁くという意味だと思うんです。
With Leish's determination clear, Proclus readies his stance as well.
俺たちが愚かだったんじゃなく、人はいつまでも愚かだと。
それでも立ち止まったり諦めたりすることは私にはできません。
上等だ。そういうことならあとはお互い力で示すしかねえよな。結局こうなるんだ。勝ったやつに生き残ったやつだけが正義なんだよ。
What? New version update? There we go. I forget, did the banner update or? Oh no, banner's not gonna update for, until later.
もしもデミウルオスがここ
But yeah, I've gotten F all from the roulette so far. Hopefully I can stall out the gacha pin before or until Flash Gala gets here, but I don't know.
もらった。さすがに数が多いな。
Worst forced update you ever gotten gacha was in Genshin. In the middle of matching for a ranked PvP Miliastra game, an update went live. Half players didn't make it to the match, so it was a 2v1 against you. No. Cursing under his breath, Proclus continues to deflect the crew's attacks one after another.
かつての七曜の騎士であり、破壊の神の使徒。星の神の写しみをたった一人で打ち破った実力は伊達ではないようですね。
とはいえ自利品だろう。ここにいた研究者たちはそもそも戦闘員じゃねえし、秩序の気空団が制圧して連行した。罪だな。奴にこれ以上の手駒はいねえ。
Sure enough, Proclus finds himself steadily being backed into a corner.
そろそろ白旗を上げてはどうですか。
んなことできるならな。最初からこうなってねえんだよ。
Following his clash with the Scarlet Knight, Proclus falters slightly.
ここまでです。
In that split second, Leisha's blade at last finds its mark, edge pressed firmly against Proclus's neck.
もう終わりにしませんか。ルリアの言う通りです。終わりにしましょう、プロクルス。
嫌だと言ったら、
私たちとあなたで目指すところはそう大きくは変わらないはず。破空戦争はもう終わったんです。人は変われる。あなただってきっと。
戦争に勝った側に戦争を終わらせる権利なんてねえ。変われねえんだよ。俺もアペプも。死んじまったら変われねえ。やり直しなんてない。それは全部勝ったやつの言い分だ。
Okay, that's some bullshit. You literally resurrected the dead! And they're back permanently. It's not even like a temporary measure. Like, we literally have Bylister back, nullifying the sacrifice Loki made. Like, Mikaboshi's back, and now Shitori and Irotis, even though paradoxically they're in the same place as the same person, now Mikaboshi has 2 daughters to take care of. Like, hello? What do you mean no second chances? Now Mikaboshi gets 2 daughters.
過去から成長して前に進む。それは勝者だけの特権だ。敗者は復讐しなきゃどこへも行けねえ。だから戦争は終わらねえんだ。
They're not dead anymore, so they can get second chances again. No, okay. This is why war never ends. War never changes.
俺は破空戦争をまだ終われねえんだよ。
それでも私たちは立ち止まるわけにはいかないんです。
ああ、分かってる。それでいい。お
Alright,
前らはそれでいいんだ。
alright, so what bullshit we got to end chapter 8? Because we literally have one whole other chapter after this and then the finale, or the actual ending. Granblue Fallout collab when? And then you just see like an actual 2D representation of like Vault Boy just like interact with Dancho and the crew more so like than the actual MCs of Fallout itself. It's like Vault Boy and Vault Girl have joined the crew. Oh boy! Fullmetal Alchemist sounds good. Yeah, like I'm actually like genuinely looking forward to Fullmetal Alchemist because like we have literal alchemists in the Granblue universe, and yeah, we have Cagliostro that can chew out the like the Elric Elric brothers for the shit that they've done, like, and how they probably might have fucked up, like, you know, how they did fuck up, and then, you know, Cagliostro could just lay into them and shit. Can actually perform human transmutation. What do you think in 2D Vault Boy? Yeah. But yeah, like we literally have a whole cast whose whole thing is perfecting their alchemy skills and furthering the field of alchemy in general. So yeah, like I'm actually looking forward to seeing what they can do there. If they fuck that up, I'm like, bro, come on. But like, it's also kind of like a toss-up as to whether or not like Cygames decides to go ham or just kind of whatever with their collabs. Cause like, I completely skipped out on like the Jujutsu Kaisen event because I just literally don't give a shit about it. I don't know if it was any good. But then when you see like the One Piece collab or Final Fantasy XI, you can tell they had a lot more care and excitement and passion going into those collabs, more so than whatever lazy ass event that they set up before in some haphazard way or some whatever way of like, okay, we got another collab, just write one out and move on. But then Final Fantasy XI, One Piece collab, those are actually really cool. So it just really depends on what IP they bring to them, and I would certainly hope with Fullmetal Alchemist they'd have some level of like depth going into who they bring into the cast, because like it'd be a travesty if you literally have Fullmetal Alchemist and don't include the alchemist herself, Cagli freaking Ostro, along with Clarissa and literally any other parts of the cast who can do alchemy, like Medea and Reset, I believe. Although Reset's like a homunculus, but then since we have homunculi, we can actually see how that would cross over with the homunculi, or at least the concept of homunculi from Fullmetal Alchemist, with how Granblue does it, or whatever. So there's actually potential here with like the actual concepts between the IPs. But yeah, okay. In a complete shift from before, Proclus speaks in a quiet, resigned tone.
お前らは狂ってる。戦争に勝てたのも納得だ。
Yeah, how you doing, Sadika? Hope you're doing well. I've just been yelling a lot and being negative about like the story so far with part 3 of the anniversary event and just Cygames writing like in recent months, if not in the recent year or more, depending. You want to see Clarice destroy one of the FMA homunculi with a black hole? That's like collab won't happen, hasn't happened. It makes too much sense. No, they officially announced it. Like they have the art and everything. We just have to wait for it to actually come out within like the next is it gonna come out in April, I believe? But yeah, like we actually have a confirmed date, I believe. So yeah, I'll be looking forward to that.
だから、俺もお前らに習うことにするよ。
Proclus, what the fuck are you gonna do?
何を
It happens in an instant. Proclus pulls out the husk hidden on his person, intended to recreate the 3 most terrible of the Astrals. Then without a thought for his own safety, he absorbs their power into his body. Yeah, I kind of saw this coming a mile away. No surprise there. So why does he get it but not Dancho? No, I'm just kidding. Hit by an explosive wave of pressure from Proclus's body, Alicia instinctively leaps back.
なんだ奴は一体何をした
So he had trouble installing DVD drive for your mom's PC? No. But yeah, they officially announced it during the anniversary stream for Granblue. I saw like the summary of the main points from the anniversary stream since, it was all in Japanese and everything. But yeah, they officially announced Fullmetal Alchemist, which is why we were just talking about it. Kirby describes having been selected as the original recipient for the power of the 3 Astrals by Proclus.
つまりそれを使ったのか。団長さんではなく自分自身に。
己の命すらもはや顧みるつもりはないということですか。
しかし可能なのか。それなら最初から自らの計画に織り込んでいそうなものだが。
Yeah, why didn't you just do that in the first place?
やけっぱちになってやってみたものの失敗しちまったってんならこれで勝負はついたんだがな。
プロクルスさん、確かに無茶な融合が失敗して命を落とした可能性は。
Surely this will backfire and we'll just end the event right here and there, right?
状況は把握した。深いを通り越す道が走るが、これも終末をもたらすためか。
今何か
奇妙な因果じゃ。このような形でまた空を見ることになるとはの。
So you literally had just all 3 of them like sharing the same fucking body?
あれは
どう考えてもプロクルスじゃねえよな。
プロクルスさんからすごく強い星の力を感じます。まさかそれじゃ。
The quickest to act is the Scarlet Knight. Sensing an immediate threat, the Knight springs forward to take Proclus's head. However,
世の可能性を知りながら随分と甘い振り込み。
だろありゃ。
無駄が多いな、アスタロト。宝の持ち腐れにも程がある。
ほう、さすがは星の民最高と謳われた頭脳じゃな。
Hello, Astaroth. We actually see his face for real now.
早々に我が魔力を最高効率で運用してみせるとはの。
くだらぬ。この程度のうぞうむぞう、火星が必要なものではない。このベルゼバブの前ではな。
ベルゼバブということは、
ルシファー、アスタロト、ベルゼバブ、最悪の星の民がプロクルスの体に蘇ってしまったということか。
破空戦争の再開じゃと。良いではないか、実に良い。血が湧き立つ遊園になるであろう。まずは我の余興じゃ。楽しむと良いぞ。
As the Astaroth within Proclus raises his arm, the great war of old awakens from its long slumber. Oh. Oh. No, he just raises his hand and now all the beasties and Astrals are back. A magical cage instantly envelops the Kalisgran Skydom, raising the wrathful souls of countless war dead.
可能と不可能の境界は我が魔力によって消え去る。始めようではないか。破空戦争、空の終わりを。
And the title drop of the current chapter. Alright, Astaroth's back and revived all the souls that have perished since whatever time ago until now. To now reignite the war for real. It's okay. I'm so checked out right now. Like, I really wish we didn't go through. I really wish like they didn't go for the whole angle of reviving literally all three of them and then just go for a desperation move of just imbue the three reincarnations of them within Proclus's body. Like, I would have been fine if they focused on one of the three of them as like one of the goals to go for, and then like you'd have like him like becoming the pure vessel for Astaroth or something, and then we can segue into, I don't know, maybe like a sequel bait to involve like Magus and the others into what the fuck is gonna happen then or some shit. But now it just feels so weird that we're just like jam-packing like a can of sardines like Lucilia's Bubs and Astaroth, and then just raise our hands and revive the full-ass field of dead primal beasts and Astrals to then bring some seriousness back to a war they need to fucking stop. Because, like, we already had the whole thing about the war, like, as, like, the prelude to the Granblue story in general. So, because that's just the historical context going into starting Granblue. And then people keep referring to it, its after effects, and, you know, things we've learned or things we've forgotten since then, sure. But then we go all the way to Estelucia, where then they decide to have the Reconquista, or basically the second coming of the Astral War invasion that ends in, like, practically a fucking day. And then we resolve that. And now we have the new arc, and then the anniversary event that it takes place after the 4 chapters of the new arc. And then you have Proclus wanting to bring back the war again. And then we deal with all this shit, but then in desperation move, he channels Astaroth's power, or more like Astaroth channels his power through Proclus's vessel to then mass raise the dead on like a large Skydom-wide scale. I'm just like, can we not? No one tell Magus, someone tell Sandy. Oh god. Like, I have my fucking limits with like the bullshit that I let slide, but I'm so not into whatever they're just slapping down here. It's like they're just, it's like we're just raising the stakes when it's not, when it hasn't been deserved or warranted at all. Like, Oh, that's how big the primal was. Holy shit. But yeah, are we literally just gonna Dynasty Warriors this shit where, like, Normaya and Daridara just like... Okay. But yeah, it's just...
まさか本当にたった数人の星の民で破空戦争を再現するとはな。
Like, because of the whole... Like... I really feel like if we really did pull off this or if, what was it, pulling off this desperation move, I kind of wish that, like, it partially failed so that it only revived, like, or only brought back, if temporarily, just one of the three. In this case, instead of teasing us with Lucilius and Bubs, just have it so that Astaroth is the only one out of the three that gets properly resurrected into Proclus as the vessel. Like, okay, maybe in that tiny aspect, I'd be somewhat okay with this development. Not entirely, not at all. But, like, at least... Because it feels like, what the fuck are we gonna do with Lucilius and Bubs when we already have Astaroth raising hell from just raising his hand and reviving a Skydom's worth of the dead to then recreate the war that I believe that, you know, like, Proclus should have done in the first place. But it's more like this plan is just, or the whole plan of it was just stupid in general, like you know, there's no doubt. But then, like, yeah, like, Lucilius and Bubs already had their time in their respective spotlights in their respective events and stories and whatever. So I would have bought the idea at the very minimum, that, like, from the grand plan, overly ambitious plan to revive 3 ridiculously strong Astrals, failed to bring back Lucilius and Buzz, but still managed to have the bare minimum of energy to bring about Astaroth. Like that, I would have been fine with, because again, story-wise, Fa and Bubs have already had their time. Now let's finally see Astaroth, who we've been teased about since the co-op mode came out, and now that we've had, you know, Magus as a character and we've fooled around with her in her swimsuit, like, for her summer form, now we can, like, you know, actually see her potential presence story-wise for real now that Astaroth is actually back into the fray. That I'd be fine to an extent with that setup. But now it's just, I don't know. Like, I get if they keep bringing up Fa, but not string them along for this hodgepodge of random ass events and writing. Like, bring back Fa when it's more appropriate, when the spotlight can properly fix itself onto him, and not when he's jam-packed in between literally everyone else here going on in this current anniversary event. Like, there's a time and place. Don't cram in everyone right now. Like, we already have a lot of shit to begin with just the Luminary Knights, like the now revived Astrals that Proclus brought back, and Proclus himself, and then the supposed baggage from the tragedies of history's past and shit. Now, how are we genuinely gonna involve Fa and Bubs aside from what's essentially at this current point before I move on with the cutscene, a cameo appearance? At that point, it should just be a failed partial resurrection to just have Astaroth, because we've never seen Astaroth before.
援軍はすぐに来るでしょうが、破空戦争そのものに対してどこまで戦えるか。
Or again, like, we've never seen, like, proper Astaroth, mind you. But yeah. But now he just lumped in, like, detracting from his, like, official debut appearance. Because before, I kind of forget the lore about Astaroth before. It was, like, some kind of, like, weird recreation or fusion of what Magus thought Astaroth to be, right? Or how did it go again in Pandemonium? I kind of forget how that's set up.
ルリア、聖書銃は抑えられそうか？
ダメ。純粋な星の力じゃないみたいで。
とにかく戦うしかないってことなのかな。
So now when it's inconvenient, Lyria can't do anything about the resurrected primals. Okay.
団長、俺のそばを離れるなよ。
この力の源、プロクルスを止めたいところです。
ルシファーが指揮し、アスタロトが魔力を供給、ベルゼバブがその身を守る。
So wait, try to bring him back from the dead, but failed. Ah, okay. So, oh, is that what's happening with Proclus? Lucilius commanding all the revived, Astaroth being the supplier, Beelzebub protecting the actual body because he's just that strong. I mean, I guess? I feel like Astaroth could probably just... I feel like it'd still be proper enough to just have Astaroth do all that on his own to really show how much of an actual threat he is individually. But now it's just like, oh, he's just the battery. So then he's not really doing much in that regard to commanding the hordes he's then resurrected. And he's not that much of like a martial fighter, or, you know, at least has some kind of magical powers to then repel the enemies so that we'd have to fight through the onslaught of now resurrected foes to get to the big bad puppeteer. Like, come on. Bub's military man, the other nerds. But yeah, like, I feel like Astaroth could have been more imposing if it was just him by himself and he managed to pull all this off. Then that make him, like, even if it's kind of out of nowhere more than anything, at least that would set him up to be a genuine threat to the Sky Realm. But now it's just like, oh, it's a 3-part deal here, so it's just like 3 people in a trench coat instead of that one imposing figure in the trench coat.
しかし、先ほどの話を聞くに、こうなると、プロクルスの体はそう長くは持たないはず。
And yeah, like, I could have bought the whole thing where Astaroth is just that strong where Proclus's body couldn't handle the sheer awesomeness and power of Astaroth. And then, like, you could just have, like, a Magus squealing in the corner or something. So, yeah, it's like, Astaroth-sama is so strong, like, there's no way he, like, Proclus deserves to be the vessel. It should have been me, not him. You know, like, okay, that shit would have been funny. But, like, come on!
空が滅ぶのが先か、プロクルスが崩壊するのが先か、最悪の持久戦ですね。
Although that would have been really fucking fun if we just had, like, Magus here just interjecting, like, it should have been me that was the vessel for Astaroth, not him. That would have been funny as shit. Like, genuinely, that would actually feel a bit more appropriate, given all this shit, like, despite all this shit happening.
プロクルス、これがあなたの望みなんですか?
And why are all 3 of them going along with us? Yeah, like, I kind of forgot to, or didn't really know how to bring it up or phrase it, but yeah, like, I would have thought that, like, if they were gonna go with the 3 of them, Lucilius, Bubs, and Astaroth? Why are the three of them working with each other in tandem like this when I feel like Astaroth and Bubs would be like fighting amongst each other who gets control of the body, and there'd be some kind of like internal spiritual supernatural turmoil as he's trying to like harbor three fucking reincarnated astral souls within himself. Like, I thought this would be like a struggle of like three souls fighting within to get control of Proculus's body as the vessel, but they're just they just happen to work together like that. Like, Bubs is too prideful to share one singular body like this. So like, oh wait, mind control. Don't think Fa will be vulnerable. Yeah, like Fa should probably have the mental capacity to not be susceptible to mind control. I mean, hell, I think all of them. Maybe like Astaroth. We don't know much about Astaroth, but like, Bubs would be like, his sheer pride, if not arrogance, would be enough to stave off any form of mind control. Fa would be too smart for that shit. Because we don't know shit about Astaroth, I can see Astaroth like maybe being temporarily susceptible, and then here comes Magus with a steel chair or some shit. But then, even then, if they're built up to be this strong, like, they shouldn't be easily brainwashed to then go along with Proculus's whole thing to manipulate them to bring about the war for the Sky Realm. Like, if anything, like, from what Proculus has done to basically become the vessel, like, the three of them, Lucilius, Astaroth, and Bubs, should really realize, like, what the fuck is going on, and they should not be okay with this shit. Because, and then, like, they just, like, basically rip apart Proculus inside out. And then from there, it's like, oh shit, like, Proculus is going crazy because Lucilius, Bubs, and Astaroth, like, don't want to share the same goddamn vessel. We need to, like, knock him unconscious or somehow seal away the now partially resurrected, like, souls or influences of these guys to save his ass or some shit. But now we just have Astaroth just, like, all three of them working in tandem. Astaroth just raising his hand, and then just like, oh, here's the big battlefield of instant resurrected enemies. Oh, go off fun Dynasty Warrior style. Like, none of this is really justified or earned or anything. Like, it doesn't make sense just given, like, the sheer power scaling that we know these three characters to be built up at. Okay, maybe not Astaroth because he's kind of new. But Bubs and Lucilius? No way they go along with this or be able to be brainwashed, or they'd even agree to what Proculus is doing. They're too intelligent, strong, prideful, or, like, they maybe, like, they'd have the knowledge to go, yeah, no, this vessel ain't gonna last with the three of us here. Like, the fuck are you doing? Like, you know, like, any of these sort of, like, outcomes or comments. But this right now? Like, he should have been dead, like, from the very first 5 seconds of harboring these three within him. Or lose conscious, or just, like, collapse from the sheer physical, spiritual drain on his body. Or some shit. Yeah, Astro wanna do shit in space. This baby can fit so many Astrals, just high-five them. None of this events earned, contrived, downhill story department. Shit just happens because authors say it does, logic be damned. Astral is built to be genius, most magically powerful Astral. Yeah. Like, I don't know. What the fuck is going on now? With his body under the control of the three Astros, Proculus drifts within a dream. What, we just have Apep, like...
Apep?
Again, they say it's his, like, personal dream realm or some shit.
いや、そうか。悪い夢だよな。お前が空の民に殺されるなんて。いて、怒るなよ、アペプ。わかったわかった。もうそんな怖いことは言わねえからよ。
Oh boy!
なんだよ。
お前までアペプの味方か?
Proclus really be hallucinating. Within this vision, he glimpses a future that might have come to pass if tragedy hadn't struck and he managed to keep Apep safe. Had they met under different circumstances, Proclus believes he could have laughed together with Kirby too. Oh, fuck off!
空も星も関係ねえ。こうしてのんびり過ごせりゃ。
From this alone and from before, he always wanted deep down to just be at peace with the Sky Realm and Astrals. Like, the whole fixation with, like, his whole revenge story with Apep's death, it just feels so out of, like, yeah, it's bad, but then it's just like, oh my god. It's so stupid that he full commits to such a stupid decision that he knows deep down that, like, he didn't really want. Like, bro. The man really think we could have been friends? I mean, he could have been if he didn't actually full commit and try to plan for this shit and, like, just dive through, or, like, scavenge through the battlefield for dead bodies of his brethren to resurrect people that don't deserve to live any longer. Oh my god. That's all I ever wanted. But let's not listen to my inner desires and full commit for the stupidest decision of trying to reignite a war that already had its reignition for only a day and try to bring it back a third fucking time. What should I have done differently? Nothing! As in, you literally should have done nothing! And just lived and see how the Sky Realm has shaped up after the war. Like, maybe check the Sky Realm for yourself instead of just lingering on what happened to the past despite the tragedy that befell, you know, your dear friend Apep, but just see how shit has advanced in, like, the past hundreds of years.
Please get new writers. アペプの無念を継いでその思いをその死を無駄にしないために
Like, this obsession is just not justified in any way for him to just keep, like, holding on to. Like,
でもどうして俺はアペプの顔も声も思い出せねえんだ
What? You're telling me the reason why they didn't give Apep a named fucking Astral with a generic ass silhouette for Astral models in general? Proclus just doesn't remember his face or voice? Well, he's like the most dearest person down to his core, like, in his life. And just arbitrarily, he just can't remember? Where and when did he incur this memory loss of the most precious person to his entire being? What the fuck? That'd be like if Dancho forgot what his dad looked like. Like, we went all the way to Estelucia and then we had no recollection of what our fucking dad looked like. How do you forget that?
答えてくれよ。寂しいだろう。なあ、アペプ。
You think you might prefer the main story taking years to update over this shit? Yeah, at least it kept us guessing. More so than constantly disappointing us. Or Gore, who am I trope? Oh man.
団長、危ない、後ろだ。
小バエが数匹群れたところで何ができるというのだ。思い上がりも甚だしいわ。
Oh my god, dude, this is so shit.
残りはわずか。あとは何がこちらで手伝えるかな。
意外とやれるんだね。私オノスキリスのこと少し見直した。
そう、私はやればできる子。
大丈夫か。やはり無理が。
大丈夫。あと少し、あと少しで。
失礼します。
何かただごとではない様子だね。
はあ、報告します。プロクルスの拠点と思われる島を中心に結界のような魔力が展開されており。
You gotta go. Alright, Windrunner. See you later.
かつて破空戦争で失われた聖少獣や星の民が次々と復活しているとのこと。
何それ。
What the fuck?
捕らえた。この魔力アスタロトのものだね。
あの魔王が。いや、そっか。戦力として蘇らせるならベルゼバブ司令官並みに適任か。
このティモリア島周辺でも聖少獣が復活しており、各地で戦闘が始まっています。
すまない、私は。
行って、ビューレイスとミカボシも娘さんたちを守ってあげて。
ありがとうオノスケリス。この借りは必ず。
あんまりプレッシャーはかけたくないけど、オノスケリス、多分今空の未来はあなたにかかってるからね。
The enforcer departs to relay his next message as well, leaving only Onoskelis and Alia in the room.
よかったのか、これで。彼らにはここに残ってもらって、オルキス陛下やシトリたちには護衛を回すこともできたが。
私に期待しないでって言ってるでしょ。最後の一人を聖少獣化するまで私が持つかわかんないし、最悪の最後の時そばにいないと二人はきっと後悔するから。
Seeing the pale-faced Onoskelis still worrying about her companions, Alia's expression softened slightly.
お前は優しいんだな。
優しい。違う、自分に期待してないだけ。空の未来がかかってるだとか、正直私みたいな無能には荷が重すぎる。でも無能な自分は許せても、大事なところで逃げるような卑怯な自分は許せないから。だから。
なんだ。
Kind of like Jurassic Park ass moment is this? Like, punch a hole through a fucking wall and see like equivalent of T-Rex like peering through the hole. Like, what the fuck? What is this shit? That's so stupid. Like, I would have been I would have been going along with this if this was like some silly shit from like a summer event. But like, this seems like some comical ass stuff like in a, like, you know what? They like with all the parodies they've been doing with the summer events, I feel like they should have reserved a little thing like this for like a Jurassic Park like a parody event featuring Tira, and then you just have like random shit like this happen. Like, I mean, technically we did have events surrounding Tira, or at least Fate episodes surrounding Tira, but like, I feel like we could have gone even further into the whole Jurassic Park rabbit hole in Granblue universe with this kind of shit. Yeah, we already did the tier event, so I mean, yeah, they'd be kind of redundant. So I don't know. It like the moment I saw like this angle come in, it's supposed to be that scary moment, but now I just can't help but laugh my ass off and wonder, why don't we get a moment like this with Tira's event? Because we literally had T-Rex, we literally have T-Rexes in universe of many varieties even. We've been trying to reach you about your airship's extended warranty. The next instant, a massive primal beast smashes through the wall of the Enforcer's headquarters, peering in at them.
逃げ場はないか。オノスケリス、お前はそのまま作業を続けろ。こいつは私が抑える。
バカ。私なんて守ってないで、あんたはさっさと逃げなさいよ。
見捨てられるわけがないだろう。私にもあるんだ。分不相応な立場に振り回されて、己の無能を痛感しても、それでも逃げなかった。逃げたくなかった経験が。
So T-Rex is going to be able to match the Sharknado in power, something even Standophon cannot. You know, power scaling's whack.
そっか。あの黄金の騎士の末裔は私と同じなんだ。
At that moment, the memory of being seated around the table with her companions flashes through Anoskelis's mind.
空の民、星の民、地の民、種族の違いなんて気にしないで、みんなで食べたご飯は美味しかった。正直頭ぐちゃぐちゃで、自分でも何が何だかよくわかんないけど、でも私にとってあの時間は大切な思い出だから、それだけのことだけど、私はこの空の世界を絶対に失いたくない。
Powered by this determination, Anoskelis at last succeeds in transforming the final Astral into a primal beast. Since Standophon should be currently the most powerful living primal angel, means T-Rex is stronger than all the primals, which would mean Tira is better than all the Astrals. Yeah, if Tira can, like, you know, like, can basically create command and be with, like, all the T-Rexes that she's made and everything. Yeah, she should be theoretically stronger than an Astral. Maybe main story never updating would be preferable. Wait, actually, wait. Let me. What happened again? Oh, the feel. Okay. At the last second, Anoskelis transforms the final Astro into a primal beast, causing the husks to gradually lose their power. Along with this, the recreations of the three notorious Astrals vanished from Procolus's body. As Proculus quickly backs away, Kirby and company fix him with a steady gaze. Let's end this. So, wait, I mean, I know they mentioned the plan earlier, but wait. How exactly did the Astrals' bodies we've then converted into Primal Beasts stop Proculus now? I thought we were stopping him from getting access to the rest of the bodies he didn't connect with. I thought we were trying to stop him from reaching the headquarters to then access and then, you know, absorb the huge ass stockpile of bodies to prevent this situation. So wait, like he already drew power from them to begin with, or did I miss that fact? Like, wait, because I thought like the whole point was to stop it from scaling even further. No, like he was already drawing from the bodies we were converting to begin with? Did I completely miss the point, like, when they mentioned the plan earlier? Because they did mention that, or something like that. But I was like, wait, I had the idea in my mind that, like, we need to stop them from breaking through to then steal the rest of the bodies or absorb the rest of their powers or energy into the crystal to then go back to his stronghold, to then kidnap Dancho, and then try to force the fusion between Dancho and then the three Astrals as the vessel, with the crystal in its fully energized state. I thought that was the whole... Did I misinterpret that? Wait. So, if it was already connected to begin with, then wait. I'm so confused about how they wanted to lay out this whole thing to begin with. Oh, Desark. You think he got power from two of the bodies and was planning to spawn them as individuals, but then kidnap them, say after failing? It's weird, you're confused. I'm confused. I'm as confused as anyone else here, if anyone else has been paying attention. So wait, like, I know that, like, as far as I remember how they said the stupid crystal works, it kind of like permanently powers up as it reaches certain thresholds to revive new levels of Astrals. So he slowly procures power from the corpses of the Astrals, and then once it meets certain thresholds, that's when he was able to revive like Mikaboshi, Ballister, and everything. But then apparently it doesn't expend that energy. It's like once you meet that threshold, you can now recreate Astrals of this tier from now on. So if he's already absorbed the energies of the Astral's body, like, did they... I thought, like, he purely converted them into energy. Well, then, how did the 5,000 bodies we then converted into Primal Beasts even connect to Proclus in the first place to then disable the influence of Fa, Bubs, and Astaroth at this current moment? Feels like they showed the rough draft for main story and anime event. Like they literally continue off of the main story for this event, because we literally see Filcus and the stuff about the Earth Dwellers and everything. It's kind of like that gray area of like when after chapter 4, because we already needed to have been familiarized with Filcus as a crew member. So it's some amount of time after chapter 4 of the new arc. But then, yeah, like, there's no good reason this isn't just part of the main story. Yeah, like, why isn't this its own story arc within the main story? And to then, hopefully, properly flesh out, but now everything's just kind of like, just jam-packed in, and there's not enough room to properly give the respective characters who appear here in the spotlight. Oh my god. I just remembered. Where the fuck is the Violet Knight? Like, he literally just showed up for Daridara to notice, or I think Daridara noticed him, and then he just fucked off. Cause like Violet Knight literally just went, shh, and then like, don't tell anyone I'm here. And then he literally fucked off. Did he really just come here to just show that he's fucking alive again? And then just fucked off permanently for this event? Like, what the actual fuck? Like, there's so much bullshit to go over from part 1 of this event to now. And the fact that, like, because it continues off of main story just like in this kind of a fashion, like, it really does feel it should have just been part of the main story update and we get something else altogether for the anniversary event. Like, this does not feel any way deserving of anniversary status, especially with how unceremoniously or how unearned Leisha's, like, essentially Nepo promotion is to the Blue Knight, and trying to dredge up the Astral War for a third fucking time, which didn't even need to be brought up in the first place. Like, we had the whole lore building of the Astral and Sky War, like, at the very start of Granblue's history, then sure. But then, like, to bring it back for only, like, basically a one-day fucking war that had no real build-up to it for the Estalucia arc, chapter 178 onwards, and then just to have it end once we're done, it's like, what was the real point? Just to kind of raise the stakes artificially with no build-up to, like, a potential revival or second coming of the war? If they built it up, then maybe we'd be biting our nails like, oh my god, we're gonna reach Estalucia, but we know, like, the Astrals are, or at least some other group of Astrals are scheming some shit in the background, and then, like, we need to, like, you know, get to Estalucia, find our dad, then figure out this whole business of how to stop the Astrals from bringing about the second war, and then maybe, but then it just kind of pops up because of Australia and Demiurge and shit. I'm just like, like, it's just so thoughtless and everything. They're just, I don't know. They should have saved the different event we got for Annie, have something else for whatever the gap or whatever we got last year, Violet taking an extended holiday. Yeah, I really don't know, like, oh god, like, out of all the bullshit that I endure with Granblue, with its grind and everything, like, the story and the world building was what I basically stuck around for all this time, but now it's just taken so much of a nosedive. I'm, like, so fucking done. Like, how do you tear down everything that, like, again, like, you know, Granblue's story over the years has its ups and downs, but, like, it still didn't dip down that far enough below my level of standards where I was still, like, along for the ride through the ups and downs, but now it's, like, dipped way far down below the level of my personal level of acceptable. Like, holy shit. Yeah, like, this anime event should have been something with the Dragon Knights or the Accordance or whatever other event series they got cooking. Like, this shit should just be, like, properly paced out in the main story. Having this as the anniversary event for Steam players is certainly a choice. Yeah, although granted, new players from Steam would have a shit ton of content to go through before they even get to the anime event, or they'd be confused as fuck. Or they'd skip all the way to the new arc with no context, even though they try to set it up as that clean slate of a new arc to then continue from as a new player, as like a new start point of sorts. I don't fucking know. I don't know, man. I'm just trying to, I'm grasping at straws here.
投稿してください。プロクルス・クレイグ。
プロクルスさん。私たちもう戦いたくありません。
Even some people read the event as a new player, others skip. Oh yeah. Apparently Steam players having issues logging in someone else's account. Yeah, I've heard about that. There's something really weird going on with people logging into others' accounts, and I'm like, that's terrible. And who knows what, like, you know, permanent stuff, permanent damage they might do if they fuck around without, or either if they fuck around without realizing it, or if they realize it and then continue to do shit without properly understanding what that account is going on, without just, you know, logging out of that account entirely and contacting support. But yeah, it's so screwy.
断る。俺は俺のために空に復讐するんだ。
And you know, also another unintended side effect of, like, releasing Granblue officially in the West compared to just playing with the official English translation from the browser connecting to Japan. No collabs from any non-Cygames properties because licensing. Yeah. So if it's not a Cygames property that they crossed over with themselves, you do not have access to collabs on the Steam version until Cygames probably gets that shit sorted out. So I'm just like, I feel like leading up to the Steam release of Granblue, they should have sorted that out before releasing the fucking game. Yeah, like, cause like, keep in mind, like, with all the collabs we've seen, this is still technically within Japan where they already got that shit sorted out to begin with. But now, from a legal standpoint, from what I can very vaguely understand, there should be different rules in place for the collab content, meaning they're not allowed to have it hosted outside of Japan until they get proper permissions, or however the fuck they need to sort that out contractually. So yeah, only collabs are Precon and Shadowverse, which are, guess what, Cygames properties. So yeah, like they can keep the collabs within their own company, but any other third-party ones, Code Geass or Final Fantasy 11 or One Piece or whatever the fuck, nope. They probably did, yeah, they did this to coincide with Endless Ragnarok to try to push more of Granblue's exposure in the West. But yeah, it, like, I'm not sure, like, you know, how complicated it'd be behind the scenes to try to get all the licenses approved for a global Western release outside of Japan, because maybe there's a lot of paperwork and other bullshit getting in the way. Like, at that point, probably can't fault them super hard if, like, the companies holding the rights to said properties are just taking their sweet ass time with it. Although, if they knew way beforehand and didn't do that, then I don't know. I mean, we don't know how the internals go within Cygames, so we don't know, like, if they had the foresight for this or not. So, you know, whether or not we should give them a pass or not, who the fuck knows? We don't work at Cygames. So wait, no collabs, no account transition, can't expect any new collabs from Steam version unless they make a second collab one of their games, maybe Precon 2, maybe? Maybe. I mean, like, I would assume they have material for, like, a second Precon collab of sorts. Because, like, you know, like, Precon's still going. They have other characters and stories and other silliness to, like, expand upon or whatever. But yeah, I mean, like, they did make an official statement saying that they are trying to work on an official connection to Steam for pre-existing accounts. Because, you know, like, for people playing Granblue right now like me, we're connecting to... what was it? We're connecting via Mobage, DMM Games, or Yahoo Games, or whatever. So whatever platform, whatever account stuff is being, or our accounts are being handled on their side, not Cygames. And I'm pretty sure those respective platforms don't want Valve or Steam to take hold of all that money by then connecting it through Steam, or God forbid if, like, the back end is super messy to, like, merge that shit. And even then, I'd be very wary for the first several months before any form of, like, current account to Steam connection even happens, and let other people try it. Because who knows if it was, like, set up in a messy way where it might cause some irreversible losses to your account data if something fucks up on the database or some shit. So then, I don't know, there's, like, a lot of, I would assume, like, with the game as old as Granblue is, and trying to, like, set up some kind of link for Steam, I'm imagining there's probably some complications going on. I don't know. Where's Uma Collabs late as hell? I mean, we had Uma Musume already. So we thought the game was on maintenance, don't think game's on maintenance anytime soon. Wait, maintenance? What maintenance? Banner refresh? Yeah, we just have a banner refresh in 5 hours. Like, we literally had maintenance the other day. So wait, they have Pekorin's VA on call now and not his VA. Oh yeah, Mal voices Pekorin and Nomaya, yeah. Voices two Cygames main characters. Yeah, oh yeah, sorry, I'll continue the cutscene.
復讐の因果を止めたいならそれはお前らが止めろ
Oh wait, where's Uma collab in the side stories? Oh. Is Uma Musume not in the side stories for Granblue? Yeah, it's been like years, right? Wait, is it actually not in like the side stories? Because it's also Saigen's property. Why wouldn't it be? Did they not? Holy shit.
俺が戦争を終わらせないんじゃない。復讐に抗うお前らが戦争を終わらせないんだ。
もはや計画はついえたはずです。残っているのはわずかな力の残滓程度。
それでも俺は止まれねえんだ。
Oh my god.
止まっちまったら裏切りになる。
He's still full committing for this bullshit.
俺は友情に報いなきゃならねえ。
Bro, I don't think you have any say in honoring a friendship when you can't remember the fucker's face or voice anymore.
アペプが笑いかけてくれた。あの頃の俺でいるために。
Where the fuck is this Super Saiyan power coming from? Or is he just exploding? No. It seems like a Super Saiyan power-up. At that moment, they find themselves in an unthinkable situation. Where the fuck did this come from? I thought we just sealed away his powers. As if in response to Proculus' resolution, a force too tragic to be called a miracle manifests. Bro, they need a boss fight for 9-4. Yeah, like, we're getting to the end of the final chapter before the ending. So yeah, we need our mandatory boss fight. But like, what the fuck is this?
あれは創世の力。どうして
the power creation?
まさか生外核を取り込んだことで両翼の力が揃ってしまった。破壊の神の使徒としての力と生外核によって得た星の力。
The fusion. Oh yeah, they did say he was like an apostle for Bahamut, but
破壊と創造、空と星の交点に立つもの。つまりプロクルスは
bro.
疑似的な得意点として覚醒した。
So they literally made him a pseudo singular. What the fuck?
もう俺には何にも残っちゃいない。今さら力なんざあってもな。
Gilgamesh mighty ass like red line tattoos on his body with his massive abs and pecs. Like, holy shit, that is so shameless. Holy shit, that is such shameless man service. Holy fuck. Like, it's badass when we see like Gilgamesh or Mighty's like shirtless bodies or whatever, but like I can't take this shit seriously when it's fucking Proculus' turn with us. Like, what the fuck? If I wanted this, I play fucking Star Road or I watch any like Fate story featuring Gilgamesh.
どうだ。運命ってやつ。
What is that hair?
とことん俺を戦わせたいらしいぜ。
What is that hair? Even as his body continues to crumble, Proculus turns his burning hostility toward the crew. Okay. This design's lame. Hair like a troll doll. Rainbow Warrior. See now, Scribbles parody. Timu Siete. Oh my god, wait, no, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Oh my god. Lisha confronts his glare and emotions head on without wavering.
私たちは勝つためではなく、大切なものを守るために戦ってるんです。
Bro,
だけど、それは時として誰かを踏みにじることになるかもしれない。それでも、いつかの平和を目指して手を伸ばすしかない。
You know, I know I keep interjecting with a cutscene here, but I'm gonna be so glad once we're done with this event when I start up Ordeal Call 2 for FGO for some actual good goddamn story and get back to Trail soon. Like, holy shit, because, you know, we're getting to the point, or what was it? we're finally going to progress the main story in Trails Beyond the Horizon soon, because I literally left myself right before like the point of no return checkpoint with the current story I'm at, and like we have Ordeal Call 2 in its entirety to read through as a palate cleanser for this shit. Like, oh yeah, wait, yeah, that reminds me, yeah, we did have Siete Alter. You know, we literally had alternate timeline Siete as like the ever-present danger that Siete has to hold back from taking over and going on a fucking killing spree. Ordeal Call, from what you heard, massive suffering? As in like lots of tragedies and emotional turmoil, or bad writing suffering? Because like, I don't know the premise of Ordeal Call 2, I'm going in blindly.
いつかあなただって笑える世界を迎えるには手をつなぐしかないんです。
The former? Oh boy. But yeah, I can't wait to go set that up later as like a writing palette cleanser compared to the shit that we're reading right now. Ah, God. And this is, and again, like all this shit that I've been like ranting on and on about with the past anniversary streams and the main story streams through Granblue. This is someone who's stuck with Granblue for like the past like what? Like 7 or 6 years or whatever, give or take. Like, oh my god. Also, High School J Alter. What? Ooh, High School J Alter?
たとえこの手が血に濡れていたとしても。
So wait. No, but Siete Alta's fun. Tascari Revan Siete. Oh yeah, Revan Siete is pretty neat. Although it's kind of a bullshit roster HP grid check or whatever at times, or at least getting into it. But now, thanks to Agielba, at least like safe full autos are easy. Blue chesting quickly though, I mean that's kind of a different thing entirely. Lyria 2 keeps her gaze fixed on the embittered Proculus. What isn't these days? Can't even recommend people play Granblue Fantasy. Yeah. Or if anything, just go with like the casual story content and don't engage with the actual grind or whatever. Like, or don't like hardcore engage with the grind to then progress shit. Like, maybe at most collect the freebies and then like you could just go through the old content which doesn't provide you with trial characters for story, but then the newer ones do. So that once you get to that point, there's literally no reason to grind when they provide you with story characters to then enjoy what story there is with Granblue, because like I know that the most recent stuff is complete dog water, but you can still enjoy the old catalog at the very least. At the very least. So there is that. Or, you know, if you don't want to do that and just, you know, you can just kind of look it up on YouTube. At least if you want to look up like the chains of, you know, that'd be a nightmare to sift through, huh? Because like, are there channels out there that like have such a exhaustive list of uploaded Fate episodes, event stories, collab stories, main story, cutscene uploads of like everything in Granblue? Like there's so much shit in Granblue. I'd be amazed if there's a channel dedicated enough to like host and upload all that shit.
もしかすると平和は本当に一瞬の奇跡みたいなものかもしれません。
Magna Meta is horse now. Oh yeah, I don't have Sandira. I believe that was the banner when Caesar came out. I only got Caesar, not Sandira, which I kind of feel bad about. Because like, I mean, I'm not really invested in Light in general. So I would much rather have a Zodiac than a Grand character I might be able to get to down the line if I wanted to go for it. You can see there being one for FGO but not Granblue. Yeah, like FGO is like probably maybe a bit easier to keep track of, but Granblue, I don't know. Yeah, Granblue turns out a lot of characters in comparison, so that's like a whole bunch of extra Fate episodes. Whether or not they'd be worth something, that's that's beside the point. It's just like the sheer amount of like cutscenes to then record, autoplay, record, and then upload. And then like trying to organize it all is probably like a task in and of itself as well. Because like sometimes you might have cutscene or Fate episodes that might actually take place after the other, depending on the version of the character, or you know, maybe like it's a version of a character after some event happens. So it's like, how exactly would you just organize it unless you just do it alphabetically and then just go from there or some shit? So I don't know. It's kind of like a weird mess to properly archive or sift through in a way. If you're genuinely curious about Granblue writing and lore, but then you don't want to suffer through the actual gacha game itself to get there, you know? I don't know.
でもそれならその奇跡が1秒でも長く続くように私は努力したい。
Wait, Nolan 5-star Zodiac broken in some sense? Sees is worse. No. But yeah, like isn't Sandra super busted just for Fire V2 content in general? Because she has stuff related to the Faded Chain Bar. But yeah, I never got her, so like I should probably save a spark if I can get one for Sandira. Heaven forbid I don't get her by year's end when she cycles out, because fuck me. Character journal arranges the Fate episode? Yeah, like in game, but like let's say from like if you didn't want to play the game, or it's a new player that's or a new Granblue fan, not a player, a fan of Granblue, or a new fan, and they want to check stuff out because they're interested in the actual story content. Like if you're trying to look that stuff up without access to the game, oh boy, I really wonder how you're gonna be able to find everything you want to know, like on like YouTube or some shit. Like, you know, like, and the Granblue wiki has like the transcripts and stuff, but it's not the same as seeing the actual scenes play out, for better or worse, compared to like the Granblue wiki transcripts. Like the transcripts aren't really enough. Like it'd be nice to see the character and, you know, the background and whatever it is that's going on with the accompanying music and voice acting to really add on to that. But yeah, I don't know.
それが傲慢だって言われても私たちは前に進みたいんです。
Oh yeah, they Granblue Wiki catalogs a lot of stuff, but not like, you know, playable, viewable cutscenes in their entirety. Like they just probably have like maybe at most the voice lines. I'm not sure about the voice lines, but I know they have the transcripts. So wait, she makes Faded Chain debuff last the whole turn. You can have 200% bar in case you need to keep one for an omen. Yeah, like that's crazy insane for V2 content for Fire. So it feels like you're suffering without her at that point.
お前らとは本当に違う形で出会いたかった。それでも俺は止まれねえ。悪いが、止めるなら力ずくで止めてくれ。
Nothing feels so much more depressing than a villain that full commits to such a stupid degree. It'd be another thing if they were actually full committing within reason that we can understand, but now it's just like, you know it's a mistake, we know it's a mistake. Like, you're just full committed because he doesn't want to feel the shame of like fully saying that, yeah, I know what I'm doing is so stupid. It's like, stop me if you can, bitch.
それが俺の最後の願いだ。
So like, easy Ogi, double the spell, decent hit and debuff. Yeah, I kind of wonder what they have in store for her 5-star. She's already this good as a 4-star, funnily enough. Alright, let's actually get to the fight now. Oh boy.
Soraの世界は俺が終わらせる。
Astral Dragon's Protection.
この力でみんなを守ります。
Damage taken sharply lowered. Slowly collapsing under the overwhelming power of creation. Astral Husk Singularity. God, it seems so ass that like they just like decided to turn him into a pseudo singularity. Like this isn't like some kind of pseudo servant you can like make up in like fucking FGO or some shit. But that's like more acceptable and established there than establishing a pseudo singularity out of the fucking blue. He's doing destruction damage? So did I do Lancer Origin Unlock quest yet? Oh yeah, I already unlocked it. I'm still leveling it up right now. I need to farm out. I need to farm out the stupid Mastery Trial books, and I'm debating whether or not to subtix right now this instant Halloween Satyr so I can just have a comfy time full autoing the Martial Mastery Trial, because fuck Martial Mastery Trial and its stupid plain damage omens that come up every now and again. Because that really fucks me over when I'm trying to like progress through that. My curse, the Blue Knight always stands in my way. Okay. Oh, he gets fucking Bub's Field? Oh my god. Oh, and Lucy's swords? Oh my god. Like, if this were any other occasion, this feels so scary. But because it's Proclus, I don't give a shit about this. Able to wield divine weapons by drawing out the intellectually supreme Astrals power. Able to deploy bear their reflex attacks by drawing out the physically supreme Astrals power. Then what does that make Astaroth then? Magically supreme? Whole thing's control, I hate it. Really want that burst. Yeah, I hear Lancer Origin's not as nice as Fighter Origin. Like, it's kind of, or apparently first impressions, like, it's pretty good for short-term bursts, but if you want, like, long-term, and even short-term to an extent, Unga Bunga damage, then you can still just go with Fighter Origin. Not worth the grind here. I still grind it out, probably. Just over the course of time and not full committing that hard. You decided to leave it at uncap 3? Yeah. The flashback. The orb. Chaos Legion. He dispelled our buff. Oh, we go blue now. Man, I'd be so hyped for the blue transformation if it wasn't for this fucking story. Oh my god, like this actually would have been so hyped if the story and lead up wasn't shit. Like, I'm always down to see the fucking blue, but oh my god. You gotta finish Akatra, finish Eternals fully? Oh yeah. Something rooted in divine. Blue terminus. Sever all that stands before you with a luminous blade shrouded in blue. Oh, how much damage was that? Okay, actually, this is pretty fun. Like, again, the people that set up the fight sequences for... Like, I'm down for this shit. If only the lead-up wasn't ass in the writing department. Like, this is actually some pretty hype shit. Like, I'm always down for that shit. This is like why I love watching shonen anime when it's deserved. But the writing doesn't make this deserved at all. Like, bro, come on. Oh shoot! Oh my god. More proof that Dancho can just do this whenever. Yeah, like, there's so many other opportunities during Estelucia where I kind of wish we tapped into the boundary then. But now? Dancho Shadow Reality. So wait, see it every day, fight Origin, need more blue to impress now, low bar. But like, you know, but putting aside Fighter Origin frequency, like, in terms of the actual sequence of animations there itself, or the animation sequences, like, that stuff I live for. But like, again, just like with my whole, you know, approach to appreciating, like, you know, shonen anime moments or the hype moments, action set piece stuff, like, as long as the lead up is good and, you know, they follow through into that moment, then I'd be all for it. But everything leading up to this moment, it just makes me feel even more disappointed that we had such a cool moment with a shit lead up. Like, oh my god. Like, again, like, whoever's, like, you know, setting up this shit with the animation sequences, thumbs up. Like, hats off to you, sir. But like, the writing, like, come on. Should have been easier with how close they are to the boundary. Yeah, like, we should be closer to the boundary than ever. So we should be tapping into this more often, like how, I don't know, fucking Goku goes Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan, or even further beyond or something. Although I can't remember the current state of Super Saiyan levels anymore in Dragon Ball. Again, I haven't kept up with shit ever since GT. Because, like, I know the Super Saiyan 1, 2, 3, 4, and then whatever the fuck happened in Super is, like, Super Saiyan God, and then Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan. Is there shit beyond that now? I haven't kept track of Dragon Ball at this point. It's not that blue? Oh, okay, oh, thank God. After an all-out brutal battle, Proclus at last falls to his knees.
続けますか？
いや、ここまでだ。迷惑をかけたな。体が内側から崩れていく。そりゃそうだ。どんだけ無茶をしたか考えるまでも。
Then Goku got something like something like Kaioken called Ultra Instinct. Oh, Ultra Instinct is like a separate thing from the Super Saiyan stuff? So you have like its own progression line. You have Kaioken and then Ultra Instinct, so then you can stack on top. Oh, so it's not a separate power branch. So it's like you can go like whatever Super Saiyan tier he wants and then add Ultra Instinct or Kaioken on top of that to like further augment or boost whatever current power level he's at. Vegeta Ultra Ego? Ultra Ego? I think it's having a Dragon Ball. Using the last of his strength, Proclus rises and bows his head to Kirby and company.
悪かった。分かっちゃいたんだ。復讐をしたところでどうにもならないなんてことは。
Yeah, yeah, like well, thanks for pointing that out when we're under. Yeah, like for an event that's supposed to feature Alicia. Yeah, like we went blue on Proclus's ass and not the new blue fucking knight Alicia. Like she was just there to basically do like love taps with her basic ass swords to Proclus, but then we stole the show by tapping into the boundary, so then why was Leisha even here? Like some serious misuse of blue. Like if they wanted this whole thing with Proclus, don't involve Leisha at all and make her investiture ceremony to become the Blue Knight something that should have been integrated with the main story, and at the very least they could have drawn out the whole Proclus revival of the Astra War, the third coming of it, like as the whole event in and of itself. Like why even involve Leisha and the Luminary Knights at this point? Like there's no point. Like they should have split this into at least 2 different events and give it proper pacing and I mean just writing in general.
俺が勝とうがお前らが勝とうがどこかでまた復讐の目が芽生える。
So at least should get same treatment as all the ground characters being ignored after chapter was done. Yeah, like I still like design wise, like I miss what was her name again? Alba? That like really sexy but elegant looking female draft from like the one party island or whatever it was in Orlegrand. Like I still love her design and everything, and she might as well not exist anymore. Like she had a fabulous design, but she had no she was not made playable in any way, and she had no main story relevance once we're done with that particular island. You gotta be more specific with that description. Look, it's been years. It's been years. Like she had a very nice like elegant dress, and like you can in typical female draft fashion you can see her like assets and everything in clear view. But then like she had like a nice like refined elegant look or design to her if I remember correctly. But where she was story-wise after we're done with our time in that location, no, it's like her time's over, move on. I'm like, come on.
誰かがどこかで立ち止まらなきゃいけねえ。どんだけ理不尽に感じたとしてもな。俺の番だってのは分かってたさ。それでも止まれなかった。友達思いだななんて。アペプが褒めてくれた俺であるために。
Wearing a serene yet melancholic smile, he continues.
ありがとう。お前らが俺を止めてくれたおかげだ。
Why does it sound like you're just gonna teleport away and you're gonna sequel bait us? Because it doesn't sound like you're gonna die anytime soon from the actual strain that whole ordeal placed on your body.
おかげで俺はダチが信じた俺のまま死ねる。
Okay, he says he's gonna die. Are we gonna let him?
そもそも一回死んでんだけどな。500年も前に。
I don't think it really matters if you died 500 years ago, Proclus. You literally revived people who should have been dead. With a self-effacing laugh, Proclus looks up as Kirby extends a hand. I mean, okay, I knew this moment was coming, but... A line like this would only be okay if the writing leading up to it was deserved. Let's be friends. I only wanted to stop you.
Oh my.
At that moment, the face of the Astro he once called a friend flashes through Proclus's mind. It's still a generic silhouette! What do you mean he recalls the face of the Astro he once called a friend? He still doesn't remember his face! So, knowing how events in the game could have gone, even if you did that, would just be overshadowed by a new villain. Delicant's power of friendship. Like, I'm down for the power of friendship, but the thing is, the power of friendship relies on your friends and how much you're connected to as the reader to said friends. But then there is no friendship if there's no connection. This is not a connection. The Granblue characters dying are a joke. No, like, you have characters that permanently die out of like for no reason, like that what was the name, Shura? Or like there was that one, like the one event with what's the name, Alistair, and you know, like the egg thigh lady that just no the one Harvin lady that, or wasn't it the Harvin lady that died that everyone was like clamoring on about being playable when that event came up? And then like you have Loki and Fenrir who are permadead, who people were thinking about being playable for years, but now they're just full dead. Became friend. Oh, Polaris. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, it was Polaris that's permadead from that event. So, if death is supposed to be a joke, then, like, why the fuck aren't the characters that we were originally interested brought back, and the characters who shouldn't have been brought back stay dead? Like, if they're gonna bring back people like that, don't bring back Bilister. Like, then bring back Loki and Fenrir or something in their place or something. It'd still be stupid, but at least we get playable characters that we've been meaning to have playable after all these years. But now just Bilister, Mikaboshi, and whatever else. I'm like, what? Like, Mikaboshi and Bilister already had their like little times in the spotlight in the story. And then Loki was just tagging along, and now he just sacrificed himself to just be in the afterlife with Fenrir, like, permanently now. I'm just like, why don't they just revive Loki then? And bring back Fenrir while we're at it, because they're attached to each other. Like, that could have been an easy, like, the easiest cop-out way to, like, give the players, after so many years, a playable Loki and Fenrir. Because, you know, ever since the first year we've seen anything of Fenrir, people wanted her playable. She was even a fightable boss. And, you know, she had all the smug expressions and, like, funny personality that we would have wanted as a playable character to see, experience, and put in our party. But then she's just permadead. Out of all the characters they elected to keep permadead, why one of the most interesting characters for the past, like, what, 12 years? That we wanted playable, and you just keep her dead. But then other characters that we literally just see for our first times within current year of Granblue die and then come back. And we don't even have any meaningful connection to them compared to Fenrir, who we've been, like, bumping into and fighting against through several chapters over the years in main story. And even there's that one event with Walder and Jade where Walder was trying to fucking, like, fight Fenrir on his fucking own just so he can keep try to, like, keep Jade alive or whatever the fuck was happening in that event. But he had fucking Forest Ranger Walder going up against Fenrir and shit. Like, we've had moments like that. But then none of that culminates into an actual playable Fenrir. But then we have Bilister and Mikaboshi back from the dead after their respective times in the story, and presumably they're not going to waste that opportunity with their new fancy art to make so they'll probably be playable in the coming months or some shit. but then they become playable, but not Fenrir, who people have been crying for years, even after her initial death when Loki's still trudging on post Fenrir death. Like, what the fuck? And now we got the stupid smile, man. It's like that smile, that goddamn smile.
あいつはこんな風に太陽みたいに笑ってたんだ。そんなあいつをこの笑顔を
So this fucker gets an illustration of him crying, like having like a tearful breakdown. Okay. A single tear rolls down his cheek as he chokes out the words he was never able to say to his fallen friend.
ごめんな、アペブ。約束守ってやれなくて、最後に隣にいてやれなくて。
Tears flow freely, washing away his regrets and bringing his long war to an end at last. Proclus faces Kirby once more, his expression clear and refreshed.
悪いな。情けねえとこ見せちまった。
Not manly tears.
だが、これでもう悔いはね。
Again, like, what's supposed to be tear-jerking moments like that don't really have any impact if I have zero connection to the character they've attempted to even set up in the first place. Like, if they actually made him a character that's worth a damn for me to give a shit about, then yeah, I'd probably be feeling things. Not like that. Oh, now he's gonna disappear like servant-style Fate, like in Fate.
予想より早いな。無理をした反動か。元よりムクロの竜の力で蘇ったいびつな存在だが。じゃあな、団長。お前に会えて本当に良かった。最後に覚えていてくれ。俺みたいなバカがいたってこと。
No! I don't want to remember an idiot like you ever existing in this goddamn universe. Holy shit! With a peaceful smile, Proclus reaches for Kirby's hand, but just then...
間に合ったみたいですね。
What? Suddenly a golden bracelet is clasped onto Proclus. Oh, don't tell me this is some stupid thingamabob to stabilize his form and maintain his existence.
いい感じに消えようとしてるところ悪いんだけど、そうはさせないよ。
Why are we letting him live? Why are we letting him, of all fucking people, live? And we bring back people who don't deserve to be brought back, but the people that we wanted alive are just still dead after all this time. Holy shit!
ま、その遺言はもう少し胸にしまっておきな。
He caused a lot of shit and needs jail time. This dude doesn't even deserve jail time. He deserves to be forgotten. A punishment worse than death.
お前らしばらく見かけねえと思ったら。
なんだこの腕輪は。
簡単に言えば存在の安定を助けるものです。それ自体に力はありませんが。
Like, did it even show anything that even like, how, when, where, and what did they make it with? And how do they get here just in time? Bro.
タガのようなものだと思ってください。力を制限する代わりに崩れないように保つことができる。
Hoop around a barrel restricts your power, prevents you from falling apart.
3人でずっとそれ作ってたんだよね。
That's such a fucking cop-out to just say, oh yeah, we were just working on this whole time. When? Where? How? Show us! Why didn't you show us in any of parts 1 or 2? or whenever. You had 9 chapters and the interludes to show when you might have started working on this.
地と空と星、その知恵と技術を結集させた優れものってわけ。
And they just wanted this to go show some cheesy theme of union between realms and races and like whatever. Like, I'm all down for the unity message, but again, when you actually write it in properly and not just say it and it just is. Like, show us that you actually made this shit. When did this happen?
最後の決戦じゃ力になれなくてすまなかったね。けどそれは必要なものだろ。みんなが笑顔でいるためにはさ。はい、ありがとうございます。シーユーさん、フィルキスちゃん、オクタビアさん。お礼はそっちの金髪の人から聞きたいんだけどな。
いや、俺はこんなもの。
言ったはずですよ。私たちは守るために戦うって。そして何より誰のことも守ろうとする一番のお人よしは私じゃなくてこの団長さんなんです。
The captain straightens up with a hint of pride at Alicia's words. Are you sure about that, Dancho?
乾杯だな。
Proclus gives an awkward smile, scratching his cheek in embarrassment. Then at last he takes Kirby's hand and grips it and firmly grasps it. No, but why don't we get an illustration with everyone here but not feature fucking Leisha? I mean, of course, like, she didn't do anything to deserve any special illustration at this point, but like, man, she got sidelined so hard in what was, I thought, marketed as her debut fucking event as the Blue Knight. But now she just dons it out of nowhere, no need for the ceremony or anything, and they just reforged the armor from, you know, fitting for his dad or her dad Walfrey to Leisha's like measurements already and whatever span. Like, how does it take to reforge and refit like a set of armor? Yeah, like, Leisha is such an afterthought here. Like, why didn't they just incorporate Leisha as part of the main story to flesh her out there and then just give us like the full spiel and like backstory for Proclus to make us give some form of shit about him? They had no event ready, they had no anti-welfare ready. Yeah, like, we just got like SSR Lyria as the welfare then, which, I mean, by all means, like, I feel like we should have gotten SSR Lyria from, I don't know, like, the middle or finishing off the Estalucia arc? The whole thing with Australia and everything? Why was SSR Lyria for this event? Like, I mean, just because we met our mom? Or our, you know, you know, because we met Lilith? I mean, we could still have that moment with Lilith, but I feel like we could have or should have had the SSR Lyria come up from going through main story instead. So I don't even think she counts as a proper welfare for this event. They just, like, shifted her down from main story to event so they didn't have to work on a proper fucking, like, welfare unit. If anything, the style swap Leisha should have been the welfare unit, given how shit she is. Wait, oh, this is the second part? This is the 3-part fucking ending? Oh no, they're totally gonna sequel bait us here. Like, what else do we gotta do here? SSR Lyria already planned. Might have been planned for main story, but changes, had nothing ready. Viren Hummet, ready to go, main next Annie. Like, we already have the existence of, you know, Bahamut Viren. Like, they could have had, or maybe like, you know, I really don't fucking know. Like, I really wish we just had playable Viren and Lyria at that point. And then just like just from completing the main fucking story of the Estalucia arc. But then like, bro, should have used those ending parts from the middle parts. Yeah, I don't fucking know, dude. They clearly have them, but when? Yeah, like, it's just mind-boggling when they feel like it's, in their eyes, appropriate enough to release them. I'm just like, what the fuck? Like, we had the cool moment and reveal in the main story. Why are they gonna wait so long for Virenhamit and however they want to canonically re-justify Viren pulling that out again? Oh my god. And we have a time skip of several days already? Several days after the incident involving Proclus, the investiture ceremony for the Blue Knight is held again, or is held anew. Oh, okay, so now we're having it for real. Okay. In attendance are not only the 7 Luminary Knights. Wait, is Violet Knight actually here? And yeah, so the rest of the Astrals, like, there's nothing wrong with the maintenance of their existence. They're just here permanently. There's no, like, internal energy source issue of being resurrected and going like, oh yeah, we need, like, something to keep us stable here, or otherwise we'll just dissipate because we were resurrected and not actually, you know, like, brought back proper or some shit, however you want to, like, explain. No, they're just full back. But also some of the Astros who had once overseen Skydoms.
シユ、随分と気の利いたものを作ったね。
Wearing the bracelet given to him by Chiyu, Ballister murmurs as he examines it closely. Oh, no, so they all have to wear it? It's just they didn't show any sign of fading away now that the dust has settled? Cause wait, wearing the bracelet given to him, or unless he's just wearing it to feel how it or to like feel like how it's actually being used or whatever, or how it's like working.
ついでですよ。再現性がなければそれは技術とは言えない。一つ作ったら二つも三つも一緒です。
So Chiyu can just mass produce these like stabilizers to maintain the existence of the new resurrected Astrals now? But like, do you feel like there's any proper sign of any of the other Astrals so far fading away? It was just Proclus because he, you know, tried to go overboard with it. Like, I get with Proclus because he went overboard trying to harbor or trying to become the vessel of fucking Fa, Bubs, and Astaroth. But then just like Mikaboshi, Ballister in and of themselves, like, maybe I could have went with a hand wavy, like, oh yeah, like, they're self-sufficient enough, or whatever, sure. But, no, wait.
この腕輪で存在を安定させられるっていうのは分かったけど。
Yeah, so literally everyone just has these magical stabilizer bracelets. Okay. But like, did it even make it out for the stability of Mikaboshi, Ballister, or Onoscalis' existences, like, an issue to begin with? They only made the stability an issue for Proclus because of him overcharging himself with the big three. Like, where's the energy stability issues for Mikaboshi and company? Like, they show no sign of that. Like, we beat them down, but not to the point where we're seeing the light, like, the light particles seeping out of their bodies. Why do they need this? They didn't show any sign of, like, unexisting themselves.
そもそも私たちはプロクルスとは違って生涯核で復活したわけでしょ。その生涯核が全部無力化されたはずなのに、
どうしてのんびり生きてるわけ?
Okay, so Mikoboshi is actually asking the big question. How are we still alive if we're only powered through a husk as a vessel? Because in theory, you know, at least in your mind, an empty husk should probably just be the most temporary low-level measure of resurrecting someone or imparting some kind of spirit soul or, you know, whatever, depending on the fantasy setting, to then, like, maintain someone or something's probably temporary existence.
それは、
Inosuke, let's pause the struggling and find the right words.
死んだ星の民を聖少獣にしたのは、死後も個を安定させて、力の主導権を取り戻すためだったわよね。
Wait, we turned the departed Astrals into primal beasts to keep their selfhood intact and take back control of their power. Wait.
それで、信じられないんだけど、聖少獣になったみんなが、自分たちの意志で、私たちを。
You're saying the collective will of the Astrals now turned primal beasts are just collectively going, oh yeah, we want to keep you guys alive by just sharing their energy like spirit bomb wise, but not like spirit bomb. It's just like, oh yeah, let's just share our energy with you. Now you can maintain your existence. What? Where is this collective will, like, even coming from? From the Astrals turned primals? What the fuck? Like, it would have been better if they just say nothing. Like, I would have understood if Chiyo just brought up the bracelet for just Proculus. But then why did everyone else need it? They didn't show any sign of fading from existence, and it didn't feel like we needed to question anything else. But now, on top of forcing all of them to take on bracelets that they feel like they didn't even need in the first place, it's the collective will of each individual Astro turned primal beast to then somehow send their energy to keep them alive and stabilized? What? Yes, pretty sorry, Astra, for fucking up the story.
Huh? なんで?
My question exactly, Mikoboshi.
わかんない。みんなもう眠りについてるし、青の少女にでも聞かないと。ただ、力は少しずつ弱くなってる。この腕輪をつけてもいつまで持つか。
We don't know how long will last. They'll probably last long enough until Granblue ends the services.
それより私、星の民ごと他の空域を侵略するためにいろいろ準備してたくらいなんだけど。あの頃のあんた、めちゃくちゃ尖ってたわよね。
You were pretty edgy back then.
いや、尖ってたとかそういう次元じゃ。
まあどうあれ望まれたというのならもう少しこの世界に留まってみようじゃないか。
So Balasar has no qualms about him being back despite Loki's like sacrifice and everything in Estelucia? Like he just chilling now despite what Loki did?
あなたは娘と一緒にいたいだけでしょ。
その通りだ。イスタルシアに帰った後のビオラの嫉妬が怖いけれどね。
Although technically, when Loki died for it, I mean, technically his soul would still be in the heaven that is Estelucia. So technically, you know, he's not gone, but like, you know, he's in heaven now with Fenrir. So technically, but like, okay.
おやバカ。
では君は娘たちと過ごす時間が欲しくはないと?
I mean, the only silver lining is that I hope we see some funny shit from Mikoboshi with her now two time paradoxical daughters.
そんな時間を望んだところで私に決定権はないから。
With those words, Mikaboshi looks to the Scarlet Knight as if waiting judgment.
仮に時間を得たとして、あなたはそれをどう使うつもりなのですか？
どうって。
Her eyes flicking back and forth in hesitation, Mikaboshi slowly begins to speak.
もちろん一人たちと一緒にいたい。あの子たちどんな暮らしになるかまだちょっと不安だし。でもそれと同じくらい私は罪を償いたい。なる私はきっと一人たちの存在やロキとの旅を通して救われたんだと思う。だから今度は私が誰かを救うために時間を使わなきゃ。
Someone else?
取り返しのつかないことばっかりだし、虫のいい話だっていうのは分かってるけど。
それは本心からの言葉ですか？
本心のつもりだけど、これは信じてもらうしかないかな。
実のところ一族の恨みを思えば今でもあなたの存在は肯定できない。しかしあなたが閣僚との戦いで自身の命を犠牲にしてまで尽力したことも、我々は義に熱い一族でしてね。あなたが贖罪の旅を始めるというのならそれを邪魔するつもりはありません。
そう、ありがとう。ありきたりな言葉しか出てこないけど。
ありきたりで構いません。どうか我が一族の墓前にもいずれはお参りください。
そうさせてもらう。
Though solemn, Mikaboshi's expression holds a certain brightness as she responds. Inosuke watches this exchange with a distant look in her eyes.
大丈夫か？私よく考えたら空の世界に知り合いとか深い関係の人いないなって。
縁がなくてもお前は空の世界を気に入ったのだろ。だったら好きに過ごせばいい。ちょうど城は部屋が余っているんだ。
ありがとう。それじゃあこれからもお世話になるわ。
Oh fuck it, just have her join the main crew. It's not like we don't have room for anyone else. We've had 3 of our members just leave and just not present in the main story anymore. Thus, having found a home in the Stavian Kingdom, Inosuke sets about enjoying her new life in the Sky Realm. Okay, so we just have a peaceful epilogue, but now what the fuck is this one? Some time has passed since the Blue Knight's investiture ceremony. So we just completely passed over the actual legitimate investiture ceremony? So we had her first one interrupted, then she donned the armor off screen, and then we had a time skip to say that she went through her investiture ceremony anew. And now we time skip after it happened for realsies uninterrupted. Bro, how much do they want to keep slapping Lisha and Lisha fans in the face like this? Holy shit. Like, not even like an emotional official like thing of like, you know, passing or, you know, like officially knighting Lisha. Like, I get that in an emergency she donned the armor before she had the ceremony, but like, we say that she redid the ceremony, but we don't even get to see it? Despite this being marketed as her debut feature as a Blue Knight? Or the Blue Knight? Kirby and the crew are gathered on the deck reading letters from their companions.
マルフリートさんは叙任式の後旅に出たんですね。
Walfridge is going out now that he's basically retired? It's like, alright, Alicia, thanks for taking up my job. I'm gonna go fuck around Skyrim now.
ってことは どっかでばったり会うこともあるかもな。
Oh, I swear to God. I swear to God. Wait. If they say letters from our companions, are they gonna explain here in the anniversary event where Io, Rosetta, and Eugen have went? I'm gonna be so fucking pissed because we needed this explanation on where they fucked off to after the conclusion of Estalucia. Because why do we have Normaya and Six here unceremoniously without any setup? No farewells as we introduce the new arc of Granblue to see, like, you know, like how I have in my headcanon until otherwise proven. Like, Io and Rosetta are going off on their own little journey together as Io wants to go on like a whatever journey of self-discovery with Rosetta guiding her along the way. And then Eugen is doing whatever he wants to do now that he's gone through that whole business. Like, I swear to God, if they give us the letters right here, I'm gonna be so fucking pissed. Yeah, maybe Wilfred's off to go somehow go all the way to Estalucia to say hi to Galanth now that, you know, like, it's been established and the path is there. It's just gonna take him a while, but I mean, it's not like there's gonna be anything getting in the way now, as far as I can tell. Like, I don't think there would be anything impeding his, what's supposed to be an innocent visit. Hopefully.
叶うなら剣の稽古をつけてもらってもいいかもしれないな。
すっごく強い人だもんね。学べることはいろいろありそう。
And yeah, like, there's not really much reason for Narmaya and Six to even be here aside from showing up to maybe slash a primal or astral or two just in the moment and then refocus on whatever else. Like, what a waste of, like, resources here.
それで他の手紙は?
Wanted some horrible earth monster latched onto Estalucia. I mean, at that point, like, we're just going, like, XCOM levels of Terror from the Deep or some shit. Like, the whole Estalucia arc was, like, the UFO defense of, like, the Astrals. And then the new arc is gonna be, like, the sequel for, like, XCOM Terror from the Deep. So now we have the terror from the Earthen Realm latching onto Estalucia to bring heaven down to the earth below and cause destruction in all realms or some shit. Like, remember all our Gotcha crew members who wanted to go to Estalucia? Shame none of them got anything what they wanted. Yeah, like there were other crew members who were interested to see what the fuck was going on in Estalucia too, right? Yeah, and none of them were brought along for the ride, like, or whatever. While they're never gonna revive his friend. Yeah, like if they're gonna go about the, or Saranan. Oh yeah, Saranan. Like, if they're gonna go about the whole thing about reviving things or people from the dead for no reason, why doesn't Walder get his resolution, just bring back Jade so they could just be a happy, like, boy and his creature duo? Like, come on! Like, do something for our boy Walder here. Astra's on hand now for all that, I guess. Let's see, Proclus' letter explains he will remain in custody of Kruven forces for a while longer, though he wishes to atone for his actions against the Skyrealm in his own way. Yeah, right. And that someday he hopes to give his dear friend Alpep a proper farewell. What do you mean he's a big man? He's like the biggest bitch ever. The fuck?
確かにかなりの大柄だったが、それならドラフの方が。
好きよ。心意気とかそういうのだ。
I'm talking about his spirit. The whole thing about Daridara's complex about his height is just is already feeling super tiresome. Like, more so than like Viren's whole like I'm not a lizard shtick. I'm not really feeling the whole thing with Daridara's like complex about being short as a Harvin. Yeah, and we already have Charlotta about the whole height thing in general. And just in general with any Harvin character, you know, there's always like maybe that slight jab about Harvin heights across the board. So I don't know why they need to make it feel so special for Daridara, of all characters, for him to have a complex about that shit. Like, it's not really making him any more endearing to me with that. Like, I feel like if they wanted some other endearing quirk, it should be something that doesn't pertain to his height as a Harvin, because we've already done that shit. Meanwhile, Inosuka letter describes her favorite foods and recent weight gain. Next time we see her, she's just gonna be like extra thick, just like Cassius after going on a ramen tour. So wait, Charlotte is shorter than other Harvins, so she has a better reason for it? Oh yeah, like if Charlotte is like actually shorter than other Harvins are, then yeah, like that's actually understandable why she has a complex about it. Like, it's one thing to be of a race of pretty short people in general, but then to be shorter, or even shorter than like the small statured like race within Granblue, now that's something else altogether. Like, god damn.
でもお二人にまた会えるのが楽しみです。
そうだな。カルエスグランデやアウライグランデにもまた立ち寄ってみよう。
オイラたちの旅はまだまだ続くもんな。これからもいろんな冒険をしてたっぷり土産話を聞かせてやろうぜ。
Kirby and the crew nod at Viren's words, their eyes shining. Some things are passed down while others are left behind. Oh yeah, so many things are left fucking behind. The skies are dyed by the endless cycle of causality, an endless cycle of reviving characters that don't deserve to live. At times, this breeds tragedy, yet people still look ahead and keep flying onward. Carrying hope for the future and the will to press on, the Grand Cypher continues its journey through the sky.
しかし、生涯核ってのはとんでもないもんだったな。
星の民の肉体そのものが強い力を持ってるってやつでしょ。悪趣味と思われそうだけど、どういう力なのかはちょっと気になるかも。
星の民の肉体。
お、どうしたんだ姉さん、そんな深刻そうな顔して。
いや、プロクルスが自らの体に再現した3人の星の民についてなんだが、私の記憶が正しければベルゼバブは未だ行方も生死もわからない。
What do you mean it's unknown? We're still climbing that fucking tower after all these years.
アスタロトは聖少獣メイガスが意外を持っていたはず。
Yeah, and we were at the beach with her earlier.
では、ルシファーは
Didn't we banish Lucilius into like the realm between realms or some shit? Like at the end of One Piece of Sky Blue until fucking Phoenix flew through space and time to basically re-enable or to rekindle his motivation to like just do shit now? Because before he was just kind of like biding his time, but then seeing Phoenix to spur him on along with Yatima and Orologia, like, and yeah, like, they're not actually dead. Like, how, like, did you just channel their spirits? Like, how does that even work? Which is even more reason why it should have just been an Astaroth specific revival. Like, Bubs is still, like, in the nude in his fucking tower. Fa is in, like, some kind of limbo realm between realms after we did all that shit in the What Makes the Sky Blue trilogy. After all this time, and then whatever split timeline that is now re-merged with Granblue Fantasy Versus and Versus Rising. Doesn't mean they're not brought back from the dead but cloned. Who knows? Like, I don't know if this, like, if it was like a genuine clone, how and where did he get the data on fucking Fa of all things, and how does he have enough data to be sufficient enough to be Fa or Bubs in their respective forms? Like, in spirit, I mean.
確かあいつは首をすげ替えてルシフェルの体を乗っ取ったんじゃなかったか?
Oh yeah, there's that too, yeah, like sliced off Lucifer's head and put his on Lucifer's.
何それ、首？部品を転用するみたいなことできるものなの？
Oh yeah, Focus needs the rundown on the whole One Piece the Sky Blue trilogy, huh? Bali showed up in the world. Astral's been dead for so long. Yeah, Astral's been dead for so long, and the only one that probably would have, albeit probably like a very exaggerated, what was it? Embellished view of Astaroth and his existence would be Magus. Oh, come on! why do I have to go through that again?
そうでは首を失ったルシファーの肉体は一体どうなったのか。
What became of Lucilius's body after it lost its head? Is this really how they're gonna explain it?
どうってどうなったんだ?
So are we really gonna retcon that and just go like, oh yeah, like, you know, like when he did like slice his head off to then replace Lucifer's?
言われてみると、どっか行っちまったんじゃねえか?
Oh yeah, no, Magus would probably just bring about the end times if she heard about the events that transpired literally just now. The Battle of Proclus has for the moment come to an end, yet the aftermath leaves Kirby and the crew with a foreboding sense of new threats on the horizon. To be continued in the main quest? Excuse me? Like, full stop, like, why was this even an anniversary event? And it just seems out of nowhere for them to just kind of bring up out of the blue, like, oh yeah, you know that whole thing with this, like, it feels such like an offhand thing to try to remember as an epilogue to an anniversary event. So wait. You guess we left the place pretty quickly after freeing Xenophon, so anything could have happened, you get to know. This is all a setup for something in the part 2 trailer, Voidwing Lucifer? Do you mean like Fa Zero, like that version of Fasan, boss wise, like the full black wings or some shit, or at least like whatever the fuck Fa Zero is supposed to be? No? Oh, something else then? Then yeah, I didn't see the part 2 trailer. I haven't seen any of the supplementary trailer content for Granblue in recent years. So I don't know shit. Like, from the perspective of someone that doesn't have any interest in looking up the trailers, mostly because I don't know the fucking language as well. Like, why isn't this more properly addressed within the story itself? And also, why can't they foreshadow this shit where it should be properly placed in the main story? Or, like, it feels like they should foreshadow this shit in the beginning of a new big event in its entirety. So Voidwing Lucifer, which is from Rage of Bahamut, showed up again in the trailer. Oh, because Rider's bad? Yeah. So Voidwing Lucifer is its own separate version from the Rage of Bahamut days that they are now bringing into relevance within the context of the Granblue universe. Okay. What the fuck? The entire event existed just for this? This one fucking line? Yeah, like, I feel like that's like the most relevant thing compared to what the rest of the event we suffered through was. What the fuck? This shit is so ass.
キリス、思っていた何倍もよく食べるな。
Okay, anything else I need to know from like the entries here? Clad in Blue Knight armor, carry on Father Legacy. No pride in righteousness, but striving toward it. Boring ass entry. Any of the new entries here? Anything about Walfried? Having passed his armor and duties on, embarks on his own journey. Crew and airship of his younger days are no more. No intention of retiring. Wield blade for skies, watching over his daughter. A child left behind by whatever. Octavia. True form. Replacing parts of her body with clockwork. Technology complex. Skyrim magic. Astro. Chio. Semi-autonomous human female automaton who serves Secretary King of Astavian. Possesses artificial personality from Octavia's own. I mean, again, it's basically like Octavia's like big Herda, and the actual Robo Green Knight is like small Herda. And yeah, Violet Knight literally just showed up and fucked off for this event. And why did he even show up then? You Appa, big-hearted, no tolerance for injustice. Youngest child, wait. The youngest child, only son with two older sisters, never married, had children, thus sisters' descendants inherited the kingdom after his death. Awakened form, Proclus, attained by merging astral husk, aptitude, god of destruction, mastery over sky and stars, destruction, creation, pseudo-singularity, residual powers of Basan, Bubs, Astaroth, body crumbling under such immortal might. For a brief moment, he had power to destroy the skies. Yeah, fucking right. No skillless. Astra oversaw Orlegrand. Thrust into position, failed to conquer Stavian during the invasion, leaving her with authority in name only. Possessing pride of an Astra without the ability to match it. Craves recognition. She and Lilith known each other before coming to Sky Realm. Only thing that she considered a friendship. Okay. Ballister, Loki's older brother. Oh no, we already saw this whole thing. I don't think they updated this, right? Wife, child, Orchid. Yeah, no, it wasn't really updated for Astrals. And Mikaboshi. To that end, constructed fortress. No, it's the same thing. I think. Apep. Yeah, like, Apep doesn't even get, like, a fucking, like, real face or anything. It's still the generic-ass silhouette for what's supposed to be a named fucking character. Astra oversaw Exagrand. Apep volunteered to send to Sky Realm, learning how his god of destruction lay within Exagrand. Audacity of research, possessed gentle temperament, avoided conflict, amicable ties. Protection from White Knight. And let's see. No, we already saw the Corpse Dragon thing. Astaroth. Yeah, I can see why Magus is so horny for Astaroth. At the very least, I can see that. Yeah. Holy shit, it's like bare feet too. Astral High Council feared Demon King serve Origin Beast by Origin Beast Magus. Once Plot seized control of Asteron but purged by Supreme Primarch Lucifer, remains are now enshrined by Magus's hand. Ambitions reach beyond sky and stars, even the moon and sun to still vaster world. So he wanted to go even further than conquering sky and astral realm and go to the moon and beyond. But he did. Okay. So what's the whole thing with Irisis again? Ruby Pop. Oh yeah, the whole Blue Liberation Front during that part of the story. So nothing of substance here as far as I can tell. So anything change here? No fancy transition or anything here. Or any, no? Alright then.
随分討伐したようで、報酬の上乗せを交渉してみましょう。
God, that was so dog shit. Oh my god. I really don't know. I think I'm actually at my limits because like again, like I'm not really trying to catch up with like the current or the current endgame raids in Granblue because I'm always too I was just had too much anxiety going into that shit. So the only thing I maintain is just like Guild Wars related stuff with my crew, just so we get our badges or whatever we can. But even then, we've been pushed out of tier 8 because of the fucking because of the implementation of Horde mode, so that it raised the minimums way too high for me and my crew to reach tier A anymore. So that's kind of been a real downside. Like, the story is the only thing that I've been keeping with, but like, now with this like extremely poor downgrade in quality with the writing from Estelucia to now, or I mean, you know, you could argue a lot of other stuff too, but like, yeah, you know, just fixating on the current or the recent stuff for now. Like, I just have so little reason to care about Granblue if the main thing I stuck around for with the story is now just pure garbage now. Because it's just like so much contrivance, like bringing back people from the dead for no reason, or just like just not explaining or showing shit, or just putting shit in with no setup or anything. Like, I don't know, I feel like maybe, I mean, I'm still curious about like the Fullmetal Alchemist event at most, but I feel like I kind of want to draw the official line in the sand now at this point. Like, probably after the new main story update in Granblue and after the Fullmetal Alchemist collab event, I think I'm actually just gonna retire from Granblue because I actually can't take this shit anymore. Like, I put up with the low effort grinds because it's just, you know, low effort and whatever, and it's just mainly the whole social aspect with me and whatever part of the crew is left actually playing the game to some extent. But like, the biggest reason why I've stuck through the highs or the low points of Granblue within the past like 7 or 6 years is because I still cared about the world and the story. Because like, when they actually write well, they actually write well. But then you have a lot of the low points where it's just very underwhelming, undeserved, or just unfathomable, or with like whatever random bullshit they put in. But now that like they rushed the fuck out of the Estelucia arc's ending, and with how lukewarm the new arc is for Granblue in general, or the new arc in the Granblue main story in general, and also like the big pivots that they keep doing with main story, I'm like, just stop, just full commit with the direction. Like, before you had, you know, whatever part of the main story in its entirety, but then during the Orly Grand arc where we're just stuck meandering around, like, we have that hard pivot because, you know, it's a very blatant thing that the reader can see from the writers going, oh, they really want a hard pivot from this little rut we're in the main story, and we're just exiting so fast into the next actual major plot or next major arc of the main story. that being from the, you know, all the Grand Court case into just hard pivot into otherworld bullshit, then I was like, okay, I'm here for this roller coaster ride, because like they recognize that we need to exit out of this stupid meandering that we've been doing the story. I was like, okay, it's a hard pivot, but we're actually trying to move on now and get on to hopefully bigger and better things. But then like and then like they introduced, because of the whole thing with the Otherworld, the establishment of multiple and parallel timelines with different event series. Because like at the time, right, it felt cool, like even though it was a little bullshit, like that I was like, you have the main story, right, and the main crew cast of the main story, but where does that explain like all the side events, right? Like the Dragon Knight series, the Foe and Society series, the Accordance series, the Summer Vacation fucking series where you go to Augusty or wherever every goddamn summer and shit randomly like comes up. And then like, how does that all fit into the timeline? It's like, oh, because of what happened in the main story, oh, that it's actually all just separate timelines. So then whatever's going on with the Dragon Knights is its own thing. Bowen Society is another thing, which explains or retroactively explains the lack of presence from like other key parts of the cast within those events. So then it's like, why don't we see Dragon Knights within Fallen Society stuff crossing over? Or why don't we see Cagliostro like clashing, or you know, just depending on the circumstances, like coming into contact with let's say what other event series are there? Like, or just like basically just the crossing over of other different casts from other respective event series. Then it's like, oh, it's because they're all, we can probably just assume they're all just in their own isolated timelines now, and the main story is the main story timeline where we're just suffering all the goddamn time. Then I was like, you know what? I'm down for that, and that means like maybe they could just keep like with the respective paths each of the timelines were on. Then sure, because in Granblue Versus as well, the fighting game, they kind of went along with the story with that in mind. Like whatever's happening is its own timeline, and also they, because of the whole like weird temporal distortion nature of it, Gran and Jita both exist in the same plane like same timeline, I mean, and they actually talk and interact with each other, sort of. And then you have Granblue Relink, which doesn't seem to have any bearing on the main story as a whole, and we're fucking off around in like a completely different Skydom that's not even mentioned within the main browser gacha of Granblue. So then we have Zega Grand, but then there's zero mention of that in the actual gacha, so we'd assumed that it's its own separate timeline. But then apparently, you know, from what you guys have relayed to me in the past, in a random JP Granblue Twitter video, they then officially announced the re-merging of what was supposed to be the parallel timelines into a singular one now. So now everything is somehow connected again. So then that's why we have Narmaya joining the main crew out of nowhere with no introduction. And again, I keep harping on the same thing about like Io, Rosetta, Eugen just disappearing out of the blue from the main crew, because like they're part of the main crew. Like I know they might, at this point, they might not have much story purpose or whatever, but then like at least like schedule the voice actors to say their goodbyes, and then like have a moment in like the main story going like, man, like it's kind of lonely now that Io, Rosetta, and Eugen have all you know, taken off from the Grand Cipher to do their own thing for the time being or whatever. Then it's like, huh, you know, like but you know, before we find some other new journey to embark on, it's like, how about we stop at whatever islands and then just like, you know, take some time off, you know, basically like filler episode arc, right? And then that's how we bump into Narmaya, let's say. And then she joins the main crew after noticing, like, huh, where's everyone else? It's like, oh, like, after all the events of Estelucia, like, you know, people are just moving on to doing other things, or they want to, like, go, you know, their own other personal journeys. There's none of that. They didn't write in any of that, and then she's just here for the ride out of nowhere in the new arc. And 6, receiving a letter from our dad, a new letter from our dad from Estelucia at the end of the Estelucia arc to end, which apparently spurred him on to join the main crew, but then there's no cutscene explaining that. What did he read? Like, what moved him enough to really just, like, what was that? What moved him in such a way to have him ask Dancho, is like, can I join you on your next part of your journey now? I was like, there's something that your dad wrote to me that, you know, really whatever, and that now I just really got to journey with you. Is like, are you gonna tell me? No, but I want to journey with you though. I'm like, okay, like, you better tell me later, but sure, join us. Like, then sure, I'd go with that, but they're just here. And there's no farewell to the old, to parts of the old main crew. And, I mean, this is like a personal criticism of, like, just like, the world building setup. But, like, we had the Grand Uplift, which is supposed to be the biggest event ever since, like, the time of creation or some shit. Like, where we have the Earthen Realm, which we didn't even think existed, now have random spots of it merging with the Sky Realm, displacing an entire realm's worth of people into the Sky Realm, with new peoples, races of, and all that shit, cultures, technologies, and we don't have any, like, moments of first contact. It's already apparently in story weeks after the Grand Uplift happened, after such a major, like, event across the realm. Like, we're literally merging realms, and we removed the little buffer zone, like, that was keeping the realm separate. And now there's new islands, new monsters, new races of people, new technology, probably new, like, supernatural or whatever other concepts from the Earthen Realm mingling with the Sky Realm now. Like, there's no introduction of the first contact of, like, the Sky Realm meeting the Earth Dwellers going, who the hell are you people? Like, I've never seen anyone with blue skin or, like, the woven-like appearance of, like, all that shit or whatever, even though we do have wolf people in the Sky Realm, but they're more of, like, super rare outliers more than anything from what they established. But, like, you know, like, all this other shit, we just skip forward a couple weeks later after the dust settled. Like, why don't we see any filler episodes of the first contact to then see the disorder and the chaos, like, stemming from, like, oh my god, who are these people showing up out of nowhere? And, you know, probably be that moan and gray area of, like, uncertainty of, like, oh, we don't know anything about these people, they kind of scare me. But then, you know, hopefully you have, like, some islands that are more welcoming of, like, strangers or foreigners going, like, oh, who are you people? It's like, oh, we're from, like, the Earthen Realm. I was like, Earthen Realm, what's that? You know, there's no dialogue between two literal different worlds, like, merging with each other. How is that good world building if you just time skip it and everything just already happened, and now it's like, oh yeah, we're already buddy. I'm like, there's nothing for the history books here. It's just worlds merged, and now we're just trying to provide, like, some kind of social support structure for them out of nowhere. Like, for those displaced, I mean, it's nice and all, but, like, what happened to the setup? Like, oh my god. Like, part of me is still holding on to that last strand of morbid curiosity to see what chapters 5 through 8 have for Granblue, and just because, you know, I'm a big fan of like Fullmetal Alchemist, like I still want to see what they have in store for Fullmetal Alchemist with whatever story they have and the potential character interactions there are, because, you know, with Fullmetal Alchemist, within the Granblue universe, we literally have a whole cast of alchemists and the field of alchemy to see how it mingles conceptually with what Fullmetal Alchemist has established in its own universe. So then how is that going to work in Granblue terms? And are we going to see Cagliostro roast like Edward and Alphonse for the shit they did with human transmutation, how badly they fucked it up, compared to Cagliostro going, oh yeah, I just made myself a new body, and they're like, huh? You know, like, there's potential there for cool interactions, which, again, like, they do good side story writing at times, but then I don't know what the fuck is going on with, like, their storyboard ideas for the main story. And for this anniversary event, which is basically just a repackaged main story update that's just shoved into the anniversary event slot. And it really shows. Like, Leisha sidelined, then when she did get her like nepotism promotion, like she just kind of shows up, and then we even sidelined her during her official first debut battle, because Dancho decided to go blue because Proculus decided to somehow convert into a pseudo singularity with him being an apostle for Bahamut and merging his powers with the astral powers of Lucilius, Beelzebub, and Astaroth all in one somehow. Like, and then like Violent Knight just showing up and fucking off for no reason. I'm like, why even write him in then? Like, and then bringing back dead characters from the reviving dead characters for no reason, and further stupidly justifying the stability of their existence with some magical bracelet that they had no business in creating out of the blue. Like, if they were gonna go with this angle, like, at least show us like the whole like crafting montage of like them building this shit or something. Or, you know, if this is gonna be an issue, bring it up to begin with. Like, why didn't they say it from the get-go after the dust settled from our fight and clash with Mikaboshi and Bilister once the brainwashing has eased up? Going like, oh my god, it's like, thank you guys for bringing us back to our senses, but I like, why am I feeling so much weaker than usual? And, you know, you can see like, maybe like, explain that they can see little faint particles of light seeping out of their bodies, basically acting like falling sand in an hourglass to show that, oh, they're revived, but they're not gonna be able to maintain themselves. And then Chio would then decide to like, oh shit, while you guys go figure out whatever the hell is going on with Proculus, I need to find a way to stabilize our the rest of the revived Astrals existences, because Chio was never dead. Like, if I remember correctly, they just revived, or they just made a clone of Chio, and then Chio's like, wait, I'm still alive. Like, what the fuck, guys? So then, like, they could have had Chio and Octavia trying to figure out a solution to stabilize Mikaboshi and company's like existence, and then while that little subplot's going on, with a little manufacturing montage arc with Filcus chiming in to help with the power and ingenuity of Earth, Sky, and Star, then they do that shit. Then okay, sure, I might have been able to give that a slide if they actually put that in, but they didn't. And it's just, there's just no redeeming quality whatsoever aside from whoever was in charge of the fight sequences in this event. Like, the fight sequences, like, it's more of a travesty that we've had such cool fight sequences in this event with the most terrible writing and lead-ups into them. Because, like, if you just look at it by itself, like the story battle sequences of like Dancho clashing with their charge attack with Procolus's animations, like that's hype as shit, and I'm down for that. But, and you know, all the other cut-ins and other stuff, like, again, I'm like a sucker for that stuff in pure shonen anime fan fashion. But then, like I've said a bajillion times before, now, tonight, and whatever other times as I've played like the Trail series, like, as with any shonen anime, long-running shonen anime, or moment or whatever, it's all gotta like have that proper and earned lead up, like proper connection, emotional and everything with the cast that we're focusing on in whatever arc we're in. Then the payoff as they go through their trials and tribulations, and then comes that big moment of will they overcome this or will they not and fall farther from grace or whatever. And then we'll see either how they bounce back or see the, you know, get that like adrenaline of the like that moment of triumph or some shit as they earn it. But there was none of that here. So like all the cool and like all the spectacular looking animation sequences just rang hollow in its aftertaste in a way as the moment settled, going, man, this would have been so much better if the lead up was like more exciting and well written. Yeah, thank you for the Machi Steven. But yeah, I've just been rambling about my feelings about Granblue up to this point, but yeah, like, I think I'm gonna stop here for tonight, finally. But yeah, I think, like, I'm finally gonna draw the sand with where I'm at with the Granblue gacha. Like, my whole reason for staying was for the main story and, well, basically just the story content in general. Excuse me. Sorry, sorry. let me reset there. Like, the main reason why I've stuck with Granblue for so long, like, the characters, the story, the music, the beautiful art, and all that shit. But like, now that like things have been getting more annoying and tedious with like the grind, now that Granblue has lived way past its like expiration date, so to say, with all the systems and other bullshit they keep adding to make the grind more anxiety inducing and tedious. Like, again, part of it's like a personal issue. I'm just too anxious to do anything like current endgame related. That's a personal problem for me, honestly. But like, but because I'm not really invested into going for endgame content, what's keeping me around, despite the lows of the new progression systems and the down, what was it? The low points of like really bad gacha or spark stirring galas and shit. Like, the story and the characters are what keeps me here. But now if the writing is gonna keep being on this level of just disappointing or at most underwhelming, I think I'm done once the Fullmetal Alchemist collab is over and done with. Cause like, again, like, I do want to see just what little extra is left with the next batch of main story for Granblue. And I do, as a fan of Fullmetal Alchemist, I do want to see how the Granblue cast mingles with Fullmetal Alchemist cast. But after that, I think I'll probably just finally wash my hands of Granblue after all these years and just go elsewhere. I mean, I already have my time preoccupied with a bunch of other gachas and other shit, but like, yeah. Like, I think that's where my finish line's gonna be once the FMA collab comes up, part 2 releases and is fully over with, and then I read the finale. I think that'll be the last session I'll have planned for Granblue, pretty much. Oh my god, like, all this shit is real, like, I didn't think I'd be this disappointed back to back to back with everything from the Estelucia arc stuff to now. Like, oh my god, it's really just drained any excitement I had left for Granblue. It's just, I don't know. But I've just been like, what was it? I've been just a broken record, just saying the same shit in circles. I'm sorry, but yeah. So, thank you all so much for watching. Like, I think, oh man, part of me's kind of debating whether or not I want to do Trials tomorrow and then FGO Ordeal Call 2. Or if I want to start Ordeal Call 2 tomorrow and then do Trials. Because, like, I am at, like, that checkpoint before the point of no return for the current act that I'm in with Trails. So I'm kind of like, I could get that over with and then probably like set up for FGO and alternate between that, because I'm assuming Ordeal Call 2 is going to take a little while to read through, but I don't know. Or maybe because like of the weird little migraines that I've been having ever since the daylight saving change happened. I don't know. And also just like with me just feeling so done, or no, sorry, I should probably find a proper word with that. But like, I just feel so deflated now that we've had such a big disappointment with like Granblue tonight. I don't know. But I do want to keep pace with like Trails though. I don't want to keep delaying it all the time unless it's an issue with like me needing to rest my voice. Then yeah, of course I need to rest my voice then. But I don't know. Maybe I'll figure it out. But I mean, technically there's no real time limit to reading Ordeal Call 2 or anything in a way. So, maybe I will go back to Trails tomorrow just to finish the current part of the story that I'm on, and then, like, switch gears to FGO or something. So, maybe? Well, I'll have to see. Okay. But anyways, thank you all so much for watching. Hope you all enjoyed the suffering that was the anniversary event of Granblue, the 12th anniversary, and oh boy, I'm so done with this shit. Alright, take care everyone, bye bye.